The Wedding Charm, The Wedding Whisperer Series, Book 1. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. As my best friend's maid of honor, I should be thrilled she was about to tie the knot with the love of her life, but my joy had been tainted since they'd announced the best man would be my childhood nemesis, Ben Atkins. The same guy who had dubbed me Dimples in the first grade, even though I used to cover the sides of my mouth to hide them. The same guy who had pulled my ponytails all through elementary school, even after I'd asked him to stop. The same guy who got elected president in high school when I had wanted to be the president. The same guy I'd had a crush on for the past decade. Yeah, love was fair. Not. My feelings for Ben were beyond ridiculous since the guy liked to show me up every chance he got. I wasn't being paranoid either. Senior year, Ben's prom theme won out over mine. I mean, what guy has an interest in a prom theme? To give myself a little pick-me-up tonight, I'd splurged on a fabulous black dress for the rehearsal dinner. The V neckline was flattering, yet elegant. My black, strappy, open-toed heels displayed my new French pedicure. And I'd left my raven hair down and brushed back in sleek waves. I may be nervous at having to see Ben, yet again, but at least I looked good. I entered the ballroom of the Jeffries Hotel for the wedding rehearsal, scanning the grand room for my best friend, Jill, or one of her bridesmaids, Kristen, Ginger, or Avery. Before I could find one of them, my gaze unwittingly stopped on the group of guys standing by the front row of chairs, or, more specifically, my gaze froze on the guy in the center of the group. My heart did a little flip. Ben Atkins had classic good looks that would fit perfectly in any Ralph Lauren ad. He'd styled his thick sandy brown hair back, his hair buzzed shorter at the sides. The outside corners of his almond brown eyes crinkled in an adorable way as he smiled at something a groomsman said. I noted how he'd grown from a gawky high school geek to a tall, broad-shouldered man with muscles that would make most women swoon. But he'd never noticed me in a swoon-worthy way. All he'd ever done was tease me. Sigh. Hey, Sarah. Who are you staring at? Avery Summers, my friend and fellow bridesmaid, came up beside me as I stood in the entryway of the ballroom, admiring Ben. Oh, the best man. Thinking of making a move? She asked. No, I shook my head, even though my belly fluttered at the thought of dating Ben. Or kissing Ben. Shaking my head to clear that last thought, I turned to Avery. Ben and I actually go way back to elementary school. She raised a brow. Oh, really? I waved my hands. Not in a good way. Ben used to tease me when we were kids. Then in high school, he became pretty competitive with me. He probably arrived early tonight just to beat me. Avery laughed. I'm sure you're exaggerating. Maybe, or maybe not. I smiled, holding a finger up. I'm not competitive by nature, but he brings out this annoying side of me every time I'm around him. For example, Jill and Ryan invited Ben and me out to dinner last week. We gushed about the wedding, the honeymoon, and everything seemed to be going well. At the end of the night, I reached for the check, but Ben snatched it away from me and paid before I could pull out my wallet. So irritating. She held her palms up. He bought you dinner? The man should be shot. Buying dinner for everyone is nice, I said, conceding that point. But I'd reached for the check first because I'd wanted to treat everyone to dinner. He literally snatched the check from my hand. It's like he wanted to show me up, or something. The man is just so pig-headed. Hot. The word to describe him is hot. Avery smacked her lips. I've never seen you so hot and bothered over a guy before. Maybe he's so competitive because he likes you. My stomach churned. You wouldn't say that if you knew what he did to me in high school. What did he do to you? She asked, her tone suggesting something romantic had gone on between us. Fat chance. Senior year, I spent weeks creating an accurate replica of an active volcano, and then the night of the science fair, I sucked in a deep breath and every muscle in my body tightened as my mind flipped back to that awful day. He ruined the molten lava flowing from my volcano by turning the lava from orange to green with some kind of permanent dye. Green? Avery made a snorting noise like she was trying to hold in a laugh. Yes, green. I shook my head, glancing across the room at Ben. As if he sensed me watching, his head turned my way and he locked eyes with me. My tummy fluttered, but I drew my brows together. The corner of his mouth hitched up. I quickly turned back to Avery. I was horrified that he'd ruined my project. Who ever heard of sour apple-colored molten lava? How do you know Ben's the one who tampered with it? I was setting my display up hours before the science fair. He and my boyfriend were the only ones in the gym at the time, so it had to be him. I was really depressed about it, and my boyfriend dumped me on prom night, claiming I wasn't fun anymore. Good times. Ouch, she said. Seriously, not my favorite time in life. I gave her a meaningful look. I would have won the competition, the award, and the prize scholarship if it weren't for Ben. Instead, everything went to Kenny Carlisle with his lame cloud in the bottle experiment. Cloud in a bottle? That sounds cool. I rolled my eyes. It's not cool. Everyone knows you can't have a cloud in a bottle. I raised my hand up high as if measuring the height of a cloud. Cloud up high in the atmosphere. Fog down low. I lowered my hand. Condensed water vapor in a bottle? Not a cloud. Who cares what he called it? Apparently not the judges, because Kenny got the scholarship. My gaze dropped to the ground as the phantom fear washed through me, the fear that I wouldn't be able to afford college tuition. I'd wanted to go so badly, too. During my senior year of high school, my uncle got sick and my parents had to help him financially. So, I had to pay my own way through college, and that science fair scholarship would have helped me a lot. Avery wrinkled her nose. Lame judges and their phony cloud. She laced her arm through mine, pulling me into the large ballroom. Let's get this over with. You only have to see Ben for 15 minutes or so during the ceremony, she said pragmatically. Don't forget I have to slow dance with him during the actual wedding party song Sunday night, I said, forming a thought. Maybe I could fake an ankle injury. You're doing it for Jill, she said. I know. I sighed, annoyed that I let Ben affect me so much. I hadn't told Avery that I'd had a huge crush on Ben since high school, which had made his betrayal all the more hurtful. I'd hoped our friendship would turn into something more, but then he'd sabotage my science project just so he could win. After that, my crush had disintegrated, at least for the time it had taken for me to get revenge. I'd gotten back at him by jamming a hole in his plastic rocket with my house key. In the end, we'd both been disqualified. Spending time with him again was bringing back all of those painful feelings I didn't ever want to think about. There's so much in life that's not fair, Avery said, her voice tightening suddenly. Not fair in the slightest. Oh. What's going on? I asked. Avery gave me a tentative look, and then let out a long sigh. I didn't want to tell anyone or put a damper on the festivities, but I'm about to be homeless. Oh, no. What happened? I put a hand to my chest as we neared the other end of the room. Suddenly, I noticed the wedding planner, Penelope Weaver of Weaver's Weddings, shouting and running back and forth between the groomsmen and the officiant. She seemed surprisingly intimidating for such a petite woman, who wore her hair pulled back in an elegant bun. Penelope looks unglued. Avery gestured toward the chaos. I wonder what's going on. No idea. I glanced around for Jill and Ryan, but the bride and groom-to-be were nowhere in sight. They should be here by now. Obviously there was something wrong. Avery and I slipped into 2 chairs in the back row and I looked for some sign of Kristen and Ginger, Jill's other 2 bridesmaids. I spotted them standing near a back door talking animatedly with their hands. Weird. I wondered what was going on. Hopefully nothing as bad as Avery's housing situation. I turned to Avery. Define what you mean by homeless exactly. My entire apartment building is going condo and I can't afford to purchase my unit, so I have to move by the end of the month. She glanced at her cell phone. Speaking of which, I need to call my realtor in about an hour. Remind me, okay? I hope we'll be done by then. Yes, I'll remind you. I squeezed her arm, bummed that she had to move on short notice. Moving was hard enough in itself without being forced into it. You're welcome to stay with me at my house until you find something you like. Thanks, but I should be able to find a place in time. Avery opened her mouth, presumably to say something else, just as Penelope, the wedding planner, scurried toward us. There you are! Penelope shrieked, her blue-eyed gaze pinned on me. We need the maid of honor right now. Urgent. Code red. Bridesmaid, follow, 2. My eyes widened. Was this a real emergency? Or was this like last week when my bridesmaid dress had a thread hanging out of the seam? Before I could clarify, Penelope whisked me away, her hand clamped firmly on my arm. It was like she knew I was a flight risk. She shoved me into the front of the bridesmaid line, waving to Avery to line up between Kristen and Ginger. Now, maid of honor, you stand here for a moment with the best man, Ben. Have you 2 met? He's such a doll. If I weren't taken, I'd ask him out myself. Regardless, I'll give you a second to make your introductions, and then we need to get this rehearsal underway. We're already running late, thanks to that phone call Jill had to make earlier. What call? I asked, annoyed that she talked about asking Ben out. I mean, wasn't she supposed to be a professional at this event? Not drooling over the best man? Don't worry about the call Jill had to make. Penelope waved her hand through the air, completely dismissing my question. She'll be fine and the wedding will be perfect. I'll make sure of it. A second later, Penelope brought Ben over and shoved me at him. Get to know each other, she said, then rushed off. I collided against Ben's hard chest, which sent a ripple of tingles flooding through me. Obviously my traitorous body didn't know these firm muscles belonged to Ben Atkins, science project saboteur. Ben reached out to steady me, his warm hands gripping my bare arms. He grinned. You could have just said hello, Sarah. My cheeks heated as I stepped back. Penelope obviously had too much caffeine today. I'll have to buy her coffee more often, he said, running his thumbs down my arms as he released his hold on me. I shivered. Hilarious. He shrugged. I'm all about fun. Yes, I know, I said, since he loved having fun at my expense. I looked up into his almond brown eyes, remembering the various women Jill mentioned him dating over the last couple years. A ripple of jealousy fluttered through me. For a second, I wondered if he was dating someone now and bringing her to the wedding. It would totally bug me if I came to the wedding solo and he brought a date. Not that I should care. Let's just stay focused on Jill and Ryan since this is their special time, I said, almost to remind myself. Whatever you say, he said, with a grin. Places, people. Take your places. Penelope clapped her hands as she walked by us and then signaled to a man standing nearby, his finger poised over a tablet. Shall we walk down the aisle first? Ben offered me his arm, which I so didn't want to take. Memories of all the times he tortured me flooded through me, but, of course, my sabotage science project had been the worst. I wished I'd begged the judges to expel him. But I'd had no recourse since I'd ruined his project in retaliation. Big mistake. I'd let my emotions get away from me once where Ben was concerned, and what had happened. Disaster. Never again. I sucked in a breath and took Ben's arm, my nerves on edge. Focus on Jill, Sarah. She'd found the man of her dreams, and this wedding was going to be a testament of their love for one another. I had to do my part. I saw Penelope's assistant tap something on his tablet and the recorded music of a string quartet started playing. Ben and I began walking down the aisle. He walked beside me tall and strong, making me feel delicate and a little swoony as we walked toward the officiant. Clearly, the music was affecting me. Was this what it would feel like on my own wedding day? A rush of pleasure jolted through me. I'd be wearing a long, flowing white gown, and my family and friends would surround me. The music would play, soft and romantic, like now, as I walked down the aisle, and... Halt! Penelope screeched and the music stopped. I jolted out of my dream scenario, heart pounding, and stopped in my tracks. Ben came to an abrupt stop beside me. I glanced up at him and he looked just as confused as I felt. What are you doing? Penelope yelled, dashing over to Ben and me. Walking down the aisle, Ben said, stating the obvious. Like you told us to do, I added, shocked to be backing Ben up. Ben winked at me and whispered, we make a great team. We're not a team, I muttered, since a team would have split the dinner bill, not taken credit for the entire thing. Haven't you two been to a wedding before? Penelope asked, using a tone that said we had to be the dumbest people on earth. That seemed pretty insulting considering I was a paralegal and Ben was a lawyer. Still, I could practically feel her blood pressure rising as her cheeks tinted to an angry shade of red. Didn't you review the practice wedding video I emailed to you both? The best man and the maid of honor do not walk down the aisle together. Best man at the front next to the groom and the maid of honor walks down alone right before the bride. Now everyone back to your starting positions. Ben chuckled. She does know she's the one who lined us up, right? Maybe she needed the extra coffee from you, after all, I joked, letting go of his arm. He winked at me, and then walked toward the front to stand by Ryan, who I hadn't even seen come in the room. Wait, was Ben actually being friendly with me? And not trying to one-up me? We had to be in some kind of alternate universe. When I turned around to go back to my starting place, I saw Jill standing behind Ginger, Avery, and Kristen, her eyes tinted red. Oh. Something was definitely wrong. Jill was tough as nails and her expression wasn't exactly a happy teary-eyed look. When we got through the processional, Penelope introduced the officiant to Jill's father before shoving her dad in the direction of Jill's mom seated in the front row. Then Penelope flipped through some notes on her clipboard. She was starting to get a slightly deranged look on her face that made me nervous. Okay, we've got to run through the processional again. That wasn't in the vicinity of good enough, she said, mostly to herself. Then she lifted her head from her clipboard. Jill, dear, did you get something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue, like I asked earlier? All of our gazes turned to Jill. A look of distress crossed her face and tears filled her eyes. I don't have my something old. What was that, dear? Penelope squawked. It sounded like you said you don't have your something old. That can't be right, though, because we talked about it at the meeting last week. My mom told me my aunt was bringing the wedding charm. Jill glanced at her mom, before turning to Ryan as she shrugged helplessly. This is the wedding charm that every woman in my family has worn on her wedding day. It's good luck. I can't get married without it. Well, then you should have the wedding charm, Ryan said. We'll get it. That's the problem, Jill replied, wringing her hands together. My mom said that it's still at my grandma's house in Atlanta. My grandma passed away a few months ago and my aunt said she didn't have the heart to go in her house yet, which she should have told us before now. We can't possibly fly to Atlanta and get it in the next 2 days, not with all of our family in town. Then Jill did something shocking. She started to cry. We'll figure something out, Buttercup. Ryan slipped his arms around her, pulling her close against him. I'll get the wedding charm for you, Ben and I said in unison. Then he turned to me. Better let me get the charm, Dimples. Irritation flooded through me at that annoying nickname. Why should you get it over me? I'm better at directions. Remember in high school when you got lost during that cross-country race? And he'd won. Yeah, I remembered. Something stirred in the pit of my stomach as an idea formed. Getting the wedding charm was the one thing I could beat him at, and finally even the score. I wasn't accustomed to losing in life except with him. The guy seemed to love putting one over on me. Well, this time I was going to come out the winner. No, I'll get the wedding charm. I glared at him and then hurried over to Jill. I put my hand on her forearm. I'm your maid of honor. It's my duty. I'll fly to Atlanta. Jill's face sobered. You'd do that for me? You're my best friend, I said, a warm feeling washing over me. I'd make Jill's wedding go the way she wanted no matter what. Yes, of course I'd do this for you. I have plenty of frequent flyer miles saved up. I can be on a flight in an hour. I can access my company's private jet, Ben countered, stepping forward. I can be in the air within half an hour, which will get me to Atlanta faster. Well, my cousin is an air traffic controller in Atlanta, I said, fighting for something that made it sound like I had the upper hand. Never mind that I hadn't spoken to my cousin in years, but I'd use anything to give myself an edge right now. She can get my plane to land faster. Ben arched a brow. That can't be true. She's the first call I'm making, I said, turning to Jill and pulling her into a hug. Don't worry, sweetie. I'll fly to Atlanta, get the wedding charm, and be back before you know it. I released her and gave her a smile that I hope looked optimistic since, in truth, I was pretty sure I'd already used my credit card points on a clothing store gift card. Text me your grandma's address and anything else I need. Here, Sarah, take this. Jill's mom stood, fishing through her purse, and then handed me a key. It's to my mom's house. I don't know why I keep so many of these on my key ring. Great, and don't worry, I said, taking the key from her and slipping it into my purse. I'll have the wedding charm here before the wedding. And, sorry, Penelope. I promise I'll be perfect at the ceremony. I'll review the video you sent me on the flight. I caught Ben staring at me with a puzzled look, and I wiggled my fingers at him. Not this time, Ben. Not this time. As I dashed out of the Jeffries Hotel, I heard Ben say something, but I couldn't quite make out the words. Didn't matter. There was no way that I'd let Ben win. He'd always won before, like beating me was his favorite sport. But for once I'd wipe the grin off his handsome face. This time, the victory would be mine. Chapter 2. Anxiety exploded inside me as I sat in the taxi, rereading the text Jill had sent me while I'd been packing at home. She'd told me that Ben had gotten access to his law firm's private jet and she'd suggested I coordinate with him as far as flying to Atlanta to get the wedding charm. Ha! Like he'd let me on his plane. But a private jet would be faster than a commercial airline, and I'd almost tossed my cookies at the amount quoted for a last-minute plane ticket. Yikes! I had to find a way on Ben's private jet without him knowing. Adjusting my carry-on bag strap on my shoulder, I stepped out of the taxi at the executive airport in Sacramento where Jill had told me Ben's law firm keeps their plane. The cabbie brought my luggage to me and I handed him a tip. Then I yanked up the luggage handle, dragging my suitcase along as I hurried inside the small airport. I spotted a door toward the back of the building that I figured had to lead out to the tarmac, so I headed straight for it. "Can I help you, ma'am?" a deep male voice said. Every nerve in my body screamed as I jolted to a stop right there in the middle of the airport. I pivoted to face a young man in a security uniform. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself that I had to project the image that I belonged on a private jet, since my getting on that plane hinged on my ability to talk my way onto it. "Yes, some help would be great." I smiled, holding my head high. Perhaps I could insinuate that I was a partner at Ben's law firm? I had no idea how long the security guy had worked here or how well he knew the plane owners. "I'm looking for my plane. Air, the Mackenzie, Atkins, Hagen, and Hall jet." "Certainly," he said, nodding and directing me to the right place. "I hope you have a nice flight." "Thank you." Relief coursed through me that I'd cleared the first hurdle. Now I just had to talk my way onto the plane. Hopefully, I'd arrived before Ben had gotten here. I walked toward the private terminal like I belonged. My grandma had always maintained that if you look like you belong somewhere, then no one would question you. Thankfully, I was still wearing my clothes from the rehearsal, so I definitely looked upscale, like I'd afford to be on a private jet. Right. When I opened the door to go out to the plane, I saw a movable stairway that led to the opening of a sleek white jet. I was pleased to see no sign of Ben. My heart pounded wildly. Was I really going to sneak on an airplane? Was that a federal offense? Would the FAA pounce on me and take me down? I didn't know, but if I was going to try, then it was now or never. I hurried down the ramp, crossed the tarmac, and climbed the steps to the cabin door, only to have a flight attendant step in front of me, blocking my path. I sucked in a breath. The young woman couldn't have been more than 22 or 23 years old. Despite her bright blue eyes and long blonde hair pulled back into a perky ponytail, she wore a firm look on her face. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm here for the flight to Atlanta," I said, hoping she didn't notice the waver in my voice. "I only have one passenger listed on the flight manifest," she said, looking down at a clipboard she was carrying. "A person by the name of Ben Atkins. I don't have anyone else listed." At least I knew he wasn't bringing a girlfriend with him on the trip. Not that who Ben might be dating should be relevant right now with the flight attendant staring at me. I had to think fast. An idea popped into my brain. I'd probably have a better chance getting on the plane if she thought I was family. Oh, shoot. I snapped my fingers. Madison must not have called ahead to say I'd be here. I guess she got held up in a meeting or something. "Ms. Mackenzie," the woman repeated, clearly recognizing the name of a partner who owned the plane. I wasn't about to admit that I'd only met Madison Mackenzie one time at a legal function, and that I wasn't sure she remembered my name. "Yes, Madison," I repeated, hoping the tiger lawyer would never find out I'd used her name to try to sneak on her plane. "You see, Ben's flying to Atlanta to get our grandmother's wedding brooch. Every bride in the family wears the wedding charm, but Ben's mom left it behind by accident when she flew out yesterday," I said, rolling my eyes at my supposed aunt's incompetence. "So he offered to fly to Atlanta to get it." "That's so sweet of him," the flight attendant said. "He is very sweet," I said, practically choking those words out. I'd had toothaches that were sweeter than Ben. Anyway, Ben just broke up with his girlfriend who was supposed to go with him on the trip, and he's just crushed about getting dumped. So, I'm here to offer him some moral support. Didn't you say he was going to get the brooch for his wedding? The flight attendant said, a frown forming. Not for Ben's wedding. It's for his brother's wedding. Yeah, that sounded good. Ben is the best man. He volunteered to fly to Atlanta to get the wedding charm because his brother and his fiancée are too busy getting ready for the wedding. Oh, that's so generous of him, the flight attendant said, and my gut clenched at the second compliment she'd given him. If she only knew. He's flying across the country to get something for his brother's wedding, even though he just had his heart broken? He's that kind of guy, I said, nodding. The kind of guy who wants all of the credit for himself and leaves none for me. But not this time. Wow. Her eyes watered, showing she might actually be buying my story. Maybe I should moonlight as a mystery writer. I shook my head. No time for fantasies right now. I had to seal the deal and get myself on this flight. I called Madison to let her know I'd be joining Ben, and she said she'd make all of the arrangements. But I guess maybe she got too busy with her trial to call you? Too bad, because I was really looking forward to seeing Ben's face when I surprised him here. I reached my hand toward her. I'm Sarah, by the way. Becca, she said, shaking my hand and sniffling as if she were holding back tears. I'm not sure what to do since you're not on the manifest, though. It's okay, Becca, I said, giving her a pat on the arm. It's not your fault. But when you see Ben, would you mind telling him that I was here? I'd hoped to provide him some comfort, but I know he'd never accept help if he knew about it in advance. I turned, pretending to leave, as I racked my brain for another idea. Maybe I could hide in some luggage? Sarah, wait, she exclaimed. When I turned around and faced her, she said, I know what it's like to be dumped right before an important event. Poor Ben. I want to help. Let me just go talk to the pilots. I'll explain the situation and tell them that Ms. Mackenzie was supposed to set everything up. Thanks. I smiled broadly until she disappeared into the cockpit. Then my smile dropped and my foot started tapping against the floor. Come on, Becca. Get me on, girl. Worried that Ben might catch me, I glanced back at the airport door that I'd come through, but it was still closed. Thank goodness. My gaze wandered over to the parking lot. Not much of a view, especially in the fading light, but then I noticed a familiar male figure heading for the gate. Oh, no. It was Ben. He'd already made it to the airport and he seemed to be taking a shortcut through the gate with some kind of key card. If the pilots didn't let me on right now, my cover would be blown and Ben would have a huge head start on getting the wedding charm. My stomach churned and my nerves turned raw. I mentally calculated how fast Ben was walking with how many seconds I had until my plan was exposed. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder. Ack! I exclaimed, spinning around. Becca raised her palms. It's just me. I let out a huge sigh. Please tell me it went well with the pilots. Ben's coming through the gate right now. Actually, the pilots were super cranky and neither seemed to have a considerate bone in his body, she said, but then her mouth formed a conspiratorial smile. So I fibbed a little and told them Ms. Mackenzie called to add you to the flight manifest manually. Now get on board so I can hide you before Mr. Atkins arrives. Hide me? I shouldn't be questioning her, but I was shocked my plan had worked. Becca was actually very sweet. I hoped my plan wouldn't get her fired. Yes, I'll hide you. She looked at me expectantly. So you can surprise him. In a flash, I could see the beauty of her plan. Becca was a genuine romantic. The idea of me surprising my cousin so we could get our grandmother's wedding brooch for a family wedding was a wonderful idea to her. It sounded kind of nice to me, too. Much better than having to sneak on an airplane because Ben got his jollies out of showing me up. Thanks so much, Becca. I stepped inside with my luggage. Where should I hide? I have just the place for you. She gestured for me to follow her through the cabin and I obeyed. During takeoff, you'll have to be belted in, of course. But the flight attendant seats are back here, and since I'm the only flight attendant on board today, you can have the other seat. I'll pull the curtain so Ben won't be able to see you. The only problem will be if he needs to use the restroom before we take off. I'll try to keep him away from here, but if he does come back, you could scrunch down behind the food cart. You're small enough that I doubt he'd notice you. Thank you for all of your help, I said, feeling seriously impressed with her plan. Becca could be a criminal mastermind from the way she'd worked out so many angles. So could I for that matter. Becca squealed with glee. You're very welcome. Now, let me take your bag. I'll stow it for you. I sat in my uncomfortable seat, heart pounding, as she headed to the front of the plane. A moment later, I heard her say, "Good evening, Mr. Atkins." "Call me Ben," he said, and I rolled my eyes. His voice sounded as smooth as butter, and I knew that he was trying to charm her the same way he did with everyone else he met. Everyone except me. Next, I heard a male introducing himself to Ben as one of the pilots. Ben greeted him, and after some idle chit-chat, Becca asked Ben what his plans were in Atlanta. So, she was checking my story after all. Smart girl. Ben cleared his throat. I'm going to get a wedding charm. I'm the best man in a wedding, and this wedding brooch is extremely important to the couple. That's very generous of you, Becca said, her voice laced with sincerity. Now, please fasten your seatbelt as we're getting ready to depart, she said a little more loudly than she needed to, which I knew was for my benefit. We'll let you know when we've reached our cruising altitude and only then can you move about the cabin. Sitting in the cramped little kitchenette area, I felt the engine start up, so I buckled my seatbelt. My heart thudded in my chest as I waited for takeoff. Once we were in the air, I'd feel much safer. After what felt like eons, Becca joined me and winked. We rolled out to the runway and then sped down the runway until we lifted off the ground. My belly flipped. Everything was going according to plan. Now that I was on the faster flight, I had to find a way to get the charm from Jill's grandma's house before Ben could. I'd worry about how I was getting back to California once I had the wedding charm in my hand. Once the plane reached 10,000 feet, Becca unbuckled and went back into the cabin. I heard her offer Ben a meal, but he politely declined, claiming that he needed to work. When she returned to the kitchenette, she winked at me again and whispered, "You're free to move about the cabin." A slow smile spread across my face as I hurried to the curtain that divided the cabin. When I drew the curtain aside, my breath caught in my chest. But Ben didn't notice me. He was hunched over his laptop, squinting at the screen. In a momentary lapse of weakness, I couldn't help but notice how handsome he looked when he was concentrating on work. The tip of his tongue poked out the side of his mouth like a young boy trying to find the right place for a puzzle piece. Adorable. I shook my head, reminding myself that he was here to one-up me as he'd always done. I wasn't going to let the fact that he was attractive distract me from my task. This was my turn to prove that I could win, too. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed a magazine from a rack against the wall. Then I strode his way and took the plush leather seat beside him. I flipped through the glossy pages until he finally looked up and then did a double take. What the? I smiled at him. Nice night for a plane ride to Atlanta. Isn't it? How did you get on this plane? Ben asked, narrowing his eyes at me, but I could see the corners of his mouth twitching like he was trying hard not to smile. I have my ways, I replied with a wink. Such as? You should know by now that I can talk my way into anything. I'll be getting the wedding charm for Jill. But thanks so much for the ride, I said. He raised a brow, but the twinkle in his eye told me he was impressed. I swelled with pride, and preened a little under his gaze, though I knew it shouldn't matter to me what he thought. It just felt so good to finally get one over on him. Just as Ben opened his mouth to respond, one of the pilots emerged from the cockpit and signaled for Ben to approach him. Ben excused himself and walked over to him. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then I heard the pilot ask in a loud whisper, "Is your cousin single? Maybe you could introduce us?" I sat a little higher in my seat and smiled. I'd proved to Ben that I could outsmart him, and now this guy had showed him I was desirable. Ben glanced at me with an unreadable look. Then he shook his head and muttered something to the pilot, who quickly left. My heart deflated. I didn't know what Ben had said to the pilot, but he'd obviously made it clear I wasn't someone the man would want to date. Tears pricked the backs of my eyes. Maybe I could get Ben to see me as a worthy opponent, but he'd never have feelings for me. That had been true in high school, and it was just as true now. If only it didn't hurt so much. Chapter 3. I blinked awake when the plane bounced gently on the tarmac. The plush, buttery soft leather seats had cocooned me on the flight, and I hadn't been able to keep my eyes open. Apparently getting my heart kicked by the guy I'd been crushing on forever had worn me out. As the world came back into focus, I noticed the overhead lights were still dimmed, barely illuminating the luxurious interior of the plane. The cabin was roomy, and the seats were spaced so a person could have a decent amount of privacy. Unfortunately, I hadn't chosen that last option, which became all the more obvious when I realized my cheek was resting on Ben's shoulder. Yikes! My mind raced as I tried to think of a way to lift my head without him noticing, since he was wide awake and still working on his laptop. "Did you have a nice nap?" he asked, his breath warm against my ear. So much for easing off unnoticed. I sat up so fast that the blood rushed to my head, making me dizzy. Or at least that's what I told myself. There couldn't possibly be another reason for feeling lightheaded. Certainly not the scent of Ben's cologne, the intoxicating hint of sandalwood making me think of us strolling together on a moonlit night. Ugh. What was wrong with me? The man did not see me as dateable. I needed to stop dreaming about him and accept that he and I would never happen. He nudged me with his elbow. "Sarah?" Latching onto the first distracting topic that came to mind, I pointed to his laptop screen. "You're not asking for enough money," I said, indicating the arbitration brief he was working on. "That kind of injury warrants a much larger settlement." He nodded. "I agree, but the client doesn't want to go to trial. She wants the case settled as soon as possible." He paused a moment. "Why didn't you ever go to law school?" His question felt like a punch to the gut, but I found myself saying I'd wanted to go to law school, but my uncle's early onset Alzheimer's disease took a turn for the worse during my senior year of college. A wave of sadness washed over me. He moved in with my parents, but the disease progressed so quickly that I had to get a job to help pay the medical bills. His gaze held mine. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, I was too." I swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat. I rarely talked about that time in my life, so it surprised me that I'd revealed something so personal to Ben. But his eyes looked so sincere that I wanted to open up to him. "Have you ever thought about going back to law school?" he asked. No, I opened my mouth to say more, but then the pilot's voice came across the intercom welcoming us to Atlanta. And like that I remembered how Ben had said something unflattering about me to the pilot earlier when he'd asked Ben if I was single. I suddenly felt very foolish. When would I have time for law school? I'm too busy stowing away on a real lawyer's jet in order to retrieve my friend's wedding charm. He flinched. I didn't mean to imply. No, I'm sorry, I said, running my hand over my hair with a sigh. He'd hurt my feelings and I'd reacted just like I'd done in high school when I ruined his science fair project. It's really late. I guess I'm kind of cranky at 1 a.m. He gave me a look. It's actually 4 a.m. on the East Coast. I threw my hand up. I stand corrected. He smirked as the plane came to a stop. We'd better gather our things. I still felt lame for opening up to him, but at least I wouldn't have to see him for much longer. I'd get off the plane and we'd go our separate ways, which would be good. Being around him was tormenting my feelings. I collected my luggage from Becca, gave her a hug, and then exited the plane. The muggy air outside enveloped me, making my clothes cling to my skin. Welcome to the South. We walked across the tarmac to find a rental car waiting for Ben. That's when it occurred to me that I hadn't arranged for transportation from the airport. Not smart, Sarah. Not smart. I stared at the car. No wheels, huh? The corner of his mouth hitched up and he seemed to find my mortification amusing. The louse. I'll give you a ride if you ask nicely. Would smacking the best man with my carry-on be wrong? I narrowed my eyes. Apparently you don't believe in karma, huh? He grinned at me. Fine. Get in. Very kind of you. I muttered as I lifted my bag into the trunk. At least I wouldn't have to wait for a taxi in this thick air that was making me sleepy again. Ben settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and then pulled out of the airport. All I wanted was sleep right now. Seriously. It's like someone had shot me with a tranquilizer dart. Trying to stay awake, I peered out the window. As I took in my surroundings, adrenaline zipped through me, waking me up as I stared at the bright lights before me. The city of Atlanta spread out all around us, a series of complicated highways and skyscrapers twinkling in the vast night sky. I hadn't expected Atlanta to be so big or so cosmopolitan, and I found myself gawking at the scenery as we exited the highway. I squinted through the window. Is that a baseball park? Ben nodded. Yeah, for the Braves. You a baseball fan? More like an Oliver Kelly fan, I said, naming the hottest player in baseball at the moment. He was all the rage on TV commercials and, of course, in all of the magazines. Despite his fame and fortune, he seemed like a sweet Southern boy at heart, which made him all the more appealing to fans across the country. He's a good player, but I don't see what he's got that I don't, Ben muttered with a grin. My mouth curved upward at his joke, but I didn't have a retort. I'm sure a lot of women would think Ben was a good catch, but they probably didn't get the joy of his competitive side. He seemed to save that for me. So unfair. We rode in silence for a few minutes. Atlanta is a lot bigger than I thought it would be, I said, and then realized I'd said my thoughts aloud. You've never been to Atlanta before? He asked, sounding surprised. Nope, first time, I said. I've been here a few times for business, he said. I'm actually going to visit a client later today. I need to make this a legitimate trip since I used the company jet. So I moved up a meeting with a client. Ben leaned closer to me as he plugged his cell phone into the charger. My belly fluttered. I tried to ignore how good he smelled, but given his proximity I was having a hard time. I read they filmed a bunch of scenes from The Walking Dead in Atlanta, he said. Huh, I said, releasing my breath as he moved back to his own seat, and we left the city behind and moved into the suburbs. We drove down sleepy streets, passing a few smaller neighborhoods filled with newer homes built in the craftsman style, high-end shops and eateries, and boutique condos. A few early morning joggers ran along the sidewalks, making me wonder what it would be like to run in the thick heat during the day. It was all I could do to run on the treadmill a few times a week in my air-conditioned gym. Ben pulled onto a winding and broad avenue that ran past older homes set on long expanses of green lawns, surrounded by black wrought iron gates or low stone walls. My mouth hung open as those enormous houses, some of them looking to be around 10,000 or more square feet, came into view. There were Tudor revivals, Grecian revivals, Mediterranean-style, center hall colonials with Doric columns and wide porches abounding. Unlike the more commercial neighborhood we'd just driven through, this one had a sleepy, quiet air that spoke of wealth and privacy. "There it is," Ben said, pulling up at a wide gate that was wedged between two tall brick pillars that formed the ends of a long wall that ran around the perimeter of the house. I wasn't so sure there was even a house visible at first. Then Ben punched in the security code Jill had obviously given him, and the gates opened. We drove along a perfectly groomed swatch of red paver bricks and concrete until the home came into view. The house was a stunning beauty that soared several stories high and had a long porch that ran the entire width of the front. We'd arrived. Ben parked in front of Jill's grandma's massive house. I looked up at the columned antebellum facade, wondering if Jill had visited here often. We climbed out of the car and retrieved our bags, hauling them up the front porch. I reached into my purse and pulled out the house key. "Here's the..." "I've got it." He stepped by me, slipping the key into the lock before I had chance to use mine. "Typical. How did you get a key?" I asked. "Jill's mom. Apparently she keeps several extras on her key ring." I stared at him blankly, trying to control my annoyance. He always had to steal the whole show. He couldn't even let me put the key in the lock. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," I said, shaking my head. This guy was unbelievable. But I wouldn't give him the pleasure of knowing how he got under my skin. "Let's just get the wedding charm. Jill told me it would be in the attic." "Sounds like a plan." Ben opened the front door, pausing to let me go through first. "I'm happy to help them out, but I don't get why this charm is so important. Why can't they just get married and then get the charm later? Don't you understand tradition?" I moved past him, ignoring the tingles that danced along my skin as my arm brushed against his. "It's romantic that Jill wants to continue a long-standing tradition in her family." Ben shrugged. "I don't see what traditions have to do with staying married. My parents got divorced despite whatever traditions they had at their wedding." My mouth fell open. "When did your parents get divorced?" "The same year Kenny won the science fair," he said, which meant the same year Ben had ruined my project. Had his sadness over the divorce made him lash out at my poor, unsuspecting volcano? The thought actually made me feel even worse. "I'm sorry about your parents." I swallowed, imagining how hard the divorce must have been on him. I had no idea they had divorced. Marriage doesn't last. Ben shrugged, following me into the house. I wanted to tell him that some marriages do last. My parents were still together and very much in love. But I didn't think now was the time to point this out. So I kept walking. The place was silent as a tomb. I looked around the foyer and peered into the great room to the right. A large curving staircase led to the second floor. I'm guessing the attic will be upstairs. I flipped on some lights. As we climbed the stairs, I couldn't help asking, "Do you think Jill and Ryan's marriage won't last?" "They have as much of a chance as anyone to make it work." Ben hiked up beside me. "But the odds of them making it are slim." I guffawed at his pessimistic attitude. "But they're perfect for each other." They're compatible, he corrected. No one is perfect for someone else. He paused and glanced over at me. I assume you're the type of person who believes in soulmates and other halves and people completing each other? Now it was my turn to shrug. I like to believe there is someone out there for everyone. Oh, here we are, I said, pointing up to the ceiling on the third floor, where there appeared to be a handle for a pull-down staircase. Ben stood on a chair from the hallway and stretched up to reach the handle. Then he pulled the ladder down, jumped off the chair, and bowed to me. After you. Thank you. I smiled, noting he was acting quite charming for this early in the morning, especially considering he hadn't gotten any sleep at all. I sneezed as I reached the top of the ladder, but I managed to find a light switch. Man, it's dusty up here. Jill said the brooch would be in a box marked the wedding charm, I mused, looking around the large space. Let's start at opposite ends, Ben suggested. All right, I agreed, since I couldn't think of a better way to go about the search. So I headed one way as Ben headed in the opposite direction. We searched in silence. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to how boxes were stacked. Christmas decorations here and baby clothes there. After about half an hour, I was about to fall asleep right here on the floor when I spotted a box marked the wedding charm. I think I found it, I called to Ben. I bit my lip as I pulled the lid off the box. I hoped that this was the correct box. Sure enough, sitting inside on top of a pile of lace was a small jeweler's box. My breath quickened. Ben came up beside me. Let's see, he said. Drawing in another breath, I opened the velvet box and found a folded piece of paper inside. No charm. Ben and I exchanged a glance, and then I pulled the paper out and opened what appeared to be a letter. I read it aloud. Dear Jill, I believe you'll be the next in my family to get married, so you're probably the one reading this letter. I have not been well these last months, and I'm not sure I'll be around much longer. Therefore, I'm leaving my most precious legacy, my wedding charm, in the hands of my dearest friends. Marriage is a sacred institution. My dear husband, Jacob, and I were married for 52 years, and not all of those times were easy. But Aunt Virginia is divorced, as are Cousin Marcy and Cousin Louis. I'm not going to let anyone else taint my grandmother's wedding brooch. So, I paused, reading ahead silently. Oh, no. What? Ben asked, leaning over my shoulder so his cheek brushed against mine. Warm tingles flowed through me, but I tried to focus on the task at hand. Not easy for me to do with him so close. I don't think this is going to be as easy as we thought, I said, with a groan. Listen to this, I've left 3 of my best friends in charge of the wedding charm to make sure the wearer is worthy. Ida Carter, Ella Smith, and Gina Larson will determine if you are indeed ready to get married. Lasting marriage is about 3 things: love and respect, trust and teamwork, and commitment. If you and your fiancé are able to complete the tasks my friends assign you, then that will prove you both have what it takes to have a lasting marriage. In that case, my brooch is yours to wear, and you will have my blessing. If this isn't Jill reading this letter, then another in my family has divorced, and you will still have to go through the tasks to prove you're worthy this time around. Hugs and kisses, Grandma. Ben and I stared at the letter in silence. I'd finished reading. Didn't he notice his cheek was still against mine? And why hadn't I moved? Oh, right. Because I reveled in the feeling of his warm skin against me. Not good, Sarah. I stepped back. All at once, exhaustion filled my every pore. I shook the letter in my hand, unable to believe we'd flown across the country and the wedding charm wasn't even here. What a debacle. There's no way Jill will be able to have the brooch now. I turned to Ben, feeling utterly defeated. She and Ryan can't make it out here to complete whatever crazy tasks Jill's grandma wants them to do. It's Saturday morning. They get married tomorrow night and they can't just ditch all of their family and friends who've flown in for the weekend to be with them. Well, Ben said slowly. There is another way. My heart leapt with hope. What other way? We can pretend to be Jill and Ryan, he said, simply. I blinked. Come again? I heard Jill say she hasn't been to Atlanta since she was a kid. Her grandma's friends won't know the difference between them and us. We can act their parts, complete the tasks, and win the brooch for Jill. Do you have a better plan? No, I gulped, a sense of horror rising up in my chest as I realized that he was right. We had no choice. In order to retrieve and deliver the wedding charm before my best friend's wedding, I had to fake being in love with my childhood nemesis. Chapter 4. I opened my eyes, staring at the unfamiliar chandelier on the ceiling. My jet-lagged brain took a moment to compute where I was, probably because my body just longed for more sleep. I sat up in bed, my neck stiff from the few hours of sleep I'd had. I climbed out from under the floral bedspread and wandered to the open window. A thin breeze pushed at the curtains, but that did nothing to cool the warm, muggy air around me. Trying to break free of the thick air that was coaxing me back to sleep, I peeked out into the backyard. Bright sunlight filtered through the lush green leaves of magnolia trees, and it was the picture of beauty. Leaning against the window frame, I could understand why the South had a reputation for a slower pace of life. The humidity alone was enough to make me want to lounge under one of those huge trees, while fanning myself and drinking lemonade. I marveled at how different it felt here than in California. I was lost in thoughts about life in the South when I suddenly remembered Ben and I had a mission. We had to be the best fake couple ever so we could get the wedding charm for Jill. Part of me got goosebumps at the thought of faking love with Ben, but another part of me felt shocked that he didn't even believe in marriage. His parents' divorce had obviously scarred him. Shaking myself out of my stupor, I decided to get dressed. Every second we weren't working to get the wedding charm was 1 second we were wasting before the wedding. There was no time to spare and we couldn't return empty-handed. It would break Jill's heart. I slid on a white sundress with big cabbage roses embroidered on it. I hoped it would send the right message that I was a blushing bride-to-be in desperate search for my grandmother's wedding brooch with my devoted fiancé. Speaking of Ben, I felt a strange flutter in my belly as I stepped into the hallway. He had crashed in another guest room and I wondered if he was awake yet. Ben? I descended the stairs, running my hand along the polished wood of the banister. When I didn't hear an answer, I wandered into the living room. He wasn't in there either. I felt an odd flash of panic as my competitive side flared. Had Ben gone out to find Ida without me? Sarah? Is that you? Ben's voice came from the kitchen. My worry dissolved instantly. Yes, I replied. Meet me in the kitchen, he called. Coming. I scooted through to the kitchen where Ben was setting a takeout bag on the counter. Where have you been? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. I went out to get us a proper Southern breakfast, Ben said, with a shrug. Mama Ellie's has the best cheesy grits this side of the Mason-Dixon line. Or so I read. I stared at the feast he'd brought home. I can't believe you went out and bought us breakfast. I usually just have coffee and a banana. No bananas, but I do have coffee, he said, transferring the food from containers to plates. Thank you. I sat at the breakfast bar, grasping the cup of coffee Ben handed me. I took a long sip of the hot liquid. Ah, that hits the spot. That was really nice of you to get breakfast. Not a problem. He sat down next to me, tipping his chin toward a frame sitting on the counter near the window. Have you seen the pictures all over the house? I feel like Jill's grandparents know what we're doing and they're watching us. We're doing this for her granddaughter, I reminded him, lifting a frame and studying the picture of an elderly couple posing by a lake. Jill's grandparents were so cute together. Look at how in love they seem after over 50 years of marriage. I want that one day. Ben made an audible noise, and when I glanced at him, he shook his head. Sorry, he said. I know you probably think it's romantic, but it's unrealistic to think that will happen. 50% of marriages end in divorce. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to have a hard time faking being in love with you, I said. He slipped his arm around my shoulder. Ah, sweetheart, don't be like that. Just remember all the good times we've had. A jolt of electricity shot through my veins. My cheeks heated and I had to look down at my coffee so Ben wouldn't see the look of longing in my eyes. We should probably decide what story we want to give Ida in case she asks questions. Like how we met and that kind of thing. Elementary school, he said, dropping his arm from my shoulder. My skin suddenly felt empty and cold with his arm gone. I licked my lips. Not us. I mean, us as Jill and Ryan, I said. He shrugged. We could still use school. But you know that's not true, I said. They met when Ryan was promoted to the supervising attorney position that Jill was supposed to get. Then they had to work together, which had been so awkward because they'd been attracted to each other, but too much detail. He shook his head before scooping grits onto his fork. Let's just keep it simple. We'll say we met through friends, he said. I wrinkled my nose. I guess that works. Doesn't sound very romantic, though. What did you have in mind? Ben asked, taking a bite of his grits. Our eyes met across a crowded room? I set the picture back down. Sure, why not? That's so cliché, he said. Besides, I'm not using a line like that when my own parents can't even be in the same room together. I'm sorry about your parents, but I like romantic stories, I said. My parents had an eyes-locking across a crowded room first meeting, and they're still married. A line formed between his brows. That's great for them, but the majority of couples meet in bland, routine ways that don't have a happy ending. For most people, the relationship ends in a mess of lawyers and property division. Don't you think Jill and Ryan will be happy together? I asked, taking a sip of coffee, which tasted as bitter as Ben's attitude about marriage. He cleared his throat. They're great together. But what? I asked, feeling a flash of defensiveness. But you really think they have just as much chance of becoming a divorce statistic as the next couple? I hope they come out on the positive side, but realistically every couple has the same 50-50 chance, he said. The man was truly pig-headed. Is that going to be in your best man speech? I asked. Ben pressed his lips together, and for a moment I thought he might be irritated with me. But then I realized that he was trying not to laugh. I think I'll leave that part out, he said. Good idea. I stood to clear my takeout containers. When I reached for Ben's plate, my hand brushed against his arm, giving that warm rush of tingles that was so pointless. Not only was Ben not interested in me, but he didn't believe in marriage. I turned to him. Are you really that jaded about love and relationships? I mean, don't you want to get married someday? No. Ben met my gaze and we stared at each other for a long, painful drawn-out moment. A flash of vulnerability crossed his features, which made me ache for the boy who had been hurt by his parents' divorce. For a moment, I thought he might open up to me, but then he said, I promised Ida we'd be at her house by 9. We should be on time if we want to win the wedding charm for Jill and Ryan. Of course, I said, feeling my insides tense. He was here to fake a relationship, not open up to me. The wedding charm is the only reason we came. Exactly. He turned away from me, dumping the rest of the trash into the garbage can under the sink. Without another word, he disappeared into the living room. I watched his retreating figure with a feeling of sadness at how deeply his parents' divorce had affected him. I only hoped it wouldn't affect us pulling off this masquerade of a lifetime. We started walking down the street toward Ida's house, and I couldn't help but admire the large stately homes with big magnolia trees in the front yards. There was something impossibly charming about the South, and I found myself feeling at home here. I think Ida's address is just over there, Ben said, pointing to a large stately house that had been painted a vivid shade of blue. Among the other homes in the neighborhood, the colors seemed out of place, and I had to wonder what we were getting ourselves into. Suddenly, a small chocolate-brown dog darted out from beneath a neighbor's bushes, making a beeline for us. I loved dogs and ran a rescue shelter out of my house. So, even though we needed to keep moving, I couldn't help kneeling down to say hi to the little pooch. The dog bounded right up to me, and leapt right into my lap. "Aw, where did you come from?" I asked, scratching him behind his ears. He was an adorable little mutt with short legs, some kind of dachshund and Pomeranian mix, with a long mane coming from his neck. "Where's your collar, huh?" The dog cocked his head as if he understood what I was saying, but didn't know how to answer. He was a cutie, but seemed thin and in desperate need of a bath. Judging from the lack of tags or a collar, I assumed he was a stray. "Who have we got here?" Ben asked, crouching down beside me to pet the dog. "He doesn't have any tags or anything," I said. "Oh, I hate it when dogs are lost or dumped. That's why I opened my dog rescue shelter at my house." "I didn't know you did that," he said. "Yeah, I have about 5 dogs at a time, so it's a lot of work. But it feels great when I find a dog a good home." I gave Ben a look, hoping he wouldn't freak out at what I was about to do. "We'll have to bring this little guy with us until we track down his owner, assuming he has one." "Bring him with us?" he asked. I nodded, turning back to the little guy. With all of that chocolate brown hair hanging down his neck, we should call him Moose. "You're naming him?" he asked. "Just for the time being." I glanced up at him to see what he thought. The corners of his mouth twitched, and I could tell that he was trying to hide a smile. Ben gave him a side glance. "He does look like a little moose." I held him against my chest. "We have to take him with us until we find his owners, or a good home for him." Ben gave him a pat on the head. "Sarah, I think." "We can't just leave him," I said, holding the little dog up so he was at Ben's eye level. Moose wiggled and strained until he licked Ben on the nose. "That would be cruel." "Well, see?" I laughed. "He likes you." He chuckled, wiped his nose, and gave me a wry look. "He likes me, huh? He's cute, but we have to get to Ida's house." "Maybe we could." "He's small, so he won't slow us down." "He can fit inside my purse," I said, wishing I could give him a bath first. No time for that, though. From the way Ben was looking at me, I felt a knot form in my stomach. We can't leave Moose behind. It wouldn't be right. I just think. Before I could say anything else, Ben put his finger over my lips. "As your fiancé, I feel obligated to say that you have a listening problem. You're so busy trying to rescue him that you don't even notice I'm not objecting." I blinked. "You're not?" He shook his head. "We'll make calls to see if we can find his owner as soon as we're done at Ida's." I was just going to suggest that we leave him at Jill's grandma's house. "Oh," I muttered, when he removed his finger from my lips. My mouth tingled from where he'd applied the gentle pressure. I couldn't believe how sweet he was being about Moose. You think we should put him in the backyard? Well, it's 9 o'clock now. We'll have to take him with us so we're not late. Done. I scooped Moose up, and we continued on to Ida's house. When we arrived, Ben gave Moose a look before he pressed on the doorbell. This is going to be interesting, he said. We waited a minute or two before the door creaked open and a woman greeted us. May I help you? She drawled. Good morning, Ben said, nodding to her. We're here to see Ida Carter. Who may I say is calling on her? The woman asked. I'm B. I'm Jill, I interrupted when he nearly made a slip. It felt wrong pretending to be someone else, but I reminded myself that it was for a good cause. I'm Florence's granddaughter and Ida has her wedding brooch. My fiancé, Ryan, called to let her know we're coming so she's expecting us. Wait here please, the woman said, closing the door. Nice save, Ben whispered. I nudged him with my elbow. You nearly blew it. Guess I'm not used to posing as someone else. Ben rubbed his elbow with a hurt look. Violence is not the answer. Holding back a smile, I opened my mouth to retort when the door opened again. Follow me, the woman said, nodding to us. We passed through the foyer and into a large breakfast nook situated at the back of the house. Seated at a wicker table was a woman with long white hair, pulled back into a loose braid. She wore a red kimono-style robe. When she turned to us, the smile on her face beamed. Jill Parnell, she exclaimed, clasping her hands together. I haven't seen you since you were a little girl. I'm sorry, I said, giving her a small smile. I don't remember meeting you, but it's lovely to see you now. Ida laughed. Sugar, don't you apologize. You were just a little bitty thing. Now introduce me to this fine gentleman here. I held up the dog. Well, this is Moose, I said, and then grinned as Ben nudged me with his elbow. I faked a hurt look, just like he'd given me on the front porch. Just teasing, Ida. This is my fiancé, Ryan, I said, gesturing to Ben. An irrational thrill rolled through me at calling Ben my fiancé. But I reminded myself we were just playing a role. Sigh. Pleased to meet you, ma'am, Ben said, extending his hand. When Ida set her hand in his, he bent down and pressed his lips to the back of her hand. Charming. Ida blushed, seeming to revel in Ben's attention. Then she gestured to Moose, who was in my arms. Is this Florence's great-grand fur baby? She would have loved to meet him. He's actually new, I began, but before I could continue, Ida stood and wrapped me in a bear hug. I'm so glad the three of you are here today. She released me, only to hug Ben next, before sitting down again. I know why you came, of course. Your grandma was sure you'd want to wear her wedding brooch someday. But she didn't want you to take marriage lightly. She batted her hands against the table. Before we get into all that, though, why don't you sit down and have some breakfast with me? Do you enjoy sweet tea? Yes, please. My stomach was full, but I didn't want to be rude and decline. We both joined her at the table. The woman who answered the door must be Ida's housekeeper, because she brought us extra plates. The table was spread with a frittata, croissants, jams, rich yellow butter, and a fruit platter. As we dug in, I realized that the calories shouldn't matter because it all tasted so good. I buttered a warm croissant and then added jam. As the butter dripped off the side of the croissant onto my fingers, I considered eating more than a banana for breakfast from now on. Ida chattered away about her memories of Florence, and after a while I thought she might never get to the task we needed to perform in order to win the brooch. Jill, tell me how you two met. Ida smiled, sipping her sweet tea. I shot Ben a look, raising my brow. He choked on his own tea and started coughing. I smiled since Ida had just proved to Ben that my preparation had been warranted. Score 1 for me. Yay! I patted him on the back, and being the good fiancé that I stuck with, we were introduced by friends. Ben recovered and shot me a smirk. I wish we'd met earlier, though. Like in elementary school. I imagine our eyes meeting across a crowded classroom. You're such a romantic. Ida tapped his arm playfully, while my belly did a little flip. In a way, it actually was romantic that Ben had used the scenario I'd liked most. Tell me, what is your favorite thing about each other? Ida asked. I turned to Ben. You go first, honey. This should be interesting. Maybe he'd say how smart Jill was, or how she'd started the Founding Friendships homeless program on her own. His face sobered as he paused for a moment and folded his linen napkin on the table. Honestly? My favorite thing about her is how passionate she is. She's willing to drop everything for the people she loves. Whether it's giving up law school to help a family member, jumping on a plane to help a friend at a moment's notice, or rescuing a dog that needs help. I think that kind of devotion is rare and beautiful. Tears formed in my eyes as I stared at him, studying his expression to see if he'd meant what he said. He looked almost shy, making me sure he'd meant it. I couldn't stop the smile that stretched across my face. That's really sweet, baby. He reached for my hand. You're the sweet one. Ida tapped the table in front of her. Now it's your turn, Jill. With Ben holding my hand, I met his gaze, deciding to be honest as well. My favorite thing about him is that he's always able to make me smile. I can take life a little too seriously sometimes. No way, he said, smirking. I laughed. See? Like right now. I let tasks and worries take focus, but he remembers to make life more fun. Thanks, Dimples. Ben winked at me. It's true. I squeezed his hand, not even bothered this time by the nickname he'd used. A good balance, Ida said sagely. Your grandparents were well balanced, too. I remember when they met. Have you heard the story? I shook my head, wondering how long Ben would continue to hold my hand. My belly fluttered. The compliments were over and Ida seemed to buy that we were a couple, so we could easily let go now. But for some reason he didn't. Ida smiled at us. Your grandparents met when we were all in high school. Your grandmother had been working on a big bake sale to raise money for the school library. Your grandfather thought it would be funny to eat all of the cupcakes. And he did. Best cupcakes he'd ever had, he said. Your grandmother was furious. I'd never seen anyone with a crazier rivalry than those two, but you know what they say about opposites. The scenario seemed eerily similar to how Ben had sabotaged my project at the science fair. I understand why my grandma would be upset, I said, letting go of Ben's hand. It's frustrating when you have a goal and you work really hard for it, only to have it destroyed. Maybe there was more to the story than your grandma knew, Ben said, giving me a long look. Something he couldn't tell her at the time. My mouth dropped open. Was he seriously trying to justify ruining my science project? I was ready to dive into the argument, but Moose started barking. Leaning down, I scooped him out of my purse and fed him a piece of croissant. Maybe he'd just been hungry. Saved by the dog, Ben muttered. Ida's eyes twinkled. The two of them argued so much because they had strong feelings for each other. I can see you two are the same way. Ben and I exchanged a look, and his almond brown eyes seemed stormy with emotion. Well, this has been lovely. Ida dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin. But you both have quite a day ahead of you, so it's probably time for you to get to it. My heart started pounding. The task. Please let it be something easy. Florence's first task for you is about love and respect. She wants you to get a picture of the two of you on home plate at the Braves baseball park before the game. As you know, your grandparents were devoted Braves fans. Florence felt that this challenge would show how well the two of you work together under pressure. Good luck. Ben and I looked at each other. Are the Braves even playing today? I asked. Game starts at noon, Ida responded. Ben turned to me. That doesn't give us much time. We need to go now. Thank you for breakfast, Ida. I pushed back my chair and stood. We'll be back later with the photo. You can count on it. A burst of adrenaline coursed through my veins. I was all for love and respect in a marriage, but how were we ever going to get down onto the baseball field? One thing I knew, though, and that was that failure wasn't an option. There was too much at stake, namely Jill's wedding. Ben and I had to get that photo no matter what. Chapter 5. By the time we arrived at the Braves baseball park, my stomach was a ball of nerves, no pun intended. I had no idea how we had managed to fake being Jill and Ryan well enough to convince Ida that we were engaged, but how could we possibly get a photo together on home plate when we didn't even have tickets to the game? Oh, and we had the dog with us. Moose squirmed in my oversized purse, so I leaned down and whispered, "Moose, hush, or we won't be able to sneak you in." Ben snapped his fingers as if he had an idea. Hand him to me. Okay. I looked at him curiously, but handed Moose over. What are you going to do with him? I asked. There's no way you'll get him past security once they check your purse, Ben said. Well, it's too hot to leave him in the car, I said, worried about what to do with him. Maybe we should have left him at Jill's grandma's house like you originally suggested. I'm really sorry. I just felt bad leaving him alone after he's had such a traumatic day. Don't worry about that. Ben waved my apology off. I have an idea, but you're going to have to trust me. Go along with everything I say and do. Deal? I nodded slowly. Just promise me we aren't going to do anything that will get us arrested. I won't let anything bad happen to you, he promised. Lead the way then, I said, hurrying after him as he suddenly veered away from the entry of the ballpark. I grabbed his elbow. Where are you going? The entrance is over there. Trust me, he said, giving me a wink. Realizing I had no other choice, I hurried to keep pace with him as we skirted the edge of the ballpark, weaving through the throng of people streaming toward the doors to take their seats before the game started. Ben didn't slow down at all. He seemed to know exactly where he was going. Moose seemed excited, his tongue hanging out the side of his mouth as he rode in the crook of Ben's arm. I felt an extra twinge of warmth toward Ben. I'd had no idea that he liked animals so much, plus, Moose seemed to like Ben, and dogs were notoriously good judges of character. As we neared a service entrance, Ben slowed his pace. I gave him a side glance, but he didn't falter. Ducking into the doorway, we were immediately stopped by a security guard. My stomach churned. There was no way we were going to get away with whatever crazy plan Ben had cooked up. Where do you think you're going with that? The security guard asked, holding his cell phone in the same hand that he pointed at Moose, who cocked his head to the side. Ben glanced down at Moose. With this little guy? I'm going to work. He's my emotional support dog, he said, without missing a beat. My jaw dropped open. His what? Emotional support dog? the guard repeated. I can show you my ID if you need it, he said. But we're both late for work. If I don't check in with John in the next 10 minutes, he's going to get on my back again. To be honest with you, that's one of the reasons I have to bring this guy to work with me. He can sense when my cortisol levels rise so I can take preventative measures. I watched Ben lie seamlessly to the guard and fought to close my mouth. This had to be the most far-fetched story ever invented. There was no way the guy would buy it. John is on a real power trip lately, the security guard said, clapping Ben on the shoulder. Make sure your support dog has his vest on next time. Thanks, man. Ben gave the guy a fist bump like they were the best of friends. I've got that vest on special order. I had no idea how long these things could take. The guard nodded goodbye to us and then turned his attention back to his cell phone. How did you do that? I whispered to Ben. Stick with me, honey. He grasped my elbow as we entered the lobby, steering me to the opposite side to a visible sliding clothing rack. Grab a uniform, he said. My eyes widened. What? The ushers are wearing the same uniforms that are on this cart. He nodded to several workers lurking about. When I didn't move, Ben grabbed 2 usher uniforms off the cart. Then he looked up and down 2 separate hallways and led me down the closest one. Where are we going? I asked, knowing there was no way we'd get away with this. Surely someone would notice we didn't work here. Duck in here. He opened a door and entered what appeared to be a utility closet. I latched onto the uniform he held out. We're so going to get caught. Not on my watch, he said, setting Moose on the ground and taking off his shirt. My gaze flew to Ben's broad, muscular chest, and I really couldn't be blamed for wanting to run my hands over his well-defined abs. I mean, the guy had to be working out every day of the week to maintain muscles like that. Wow. The corner of his mouth hitched up. You going to get dressed? Or just watch me change? I'm not watching you. My cheeks heated as I lifted my lashes. I am just waiting for you to turn around like a gentleman, I said, trying my best to sound indignant. Whatever you say. He grinned as he turned around, making it obvious he knew I'd been checking him out. How embarrassing. That's better, I said, trying to maintain a little dignity as I stared at Ben's back. Then I noticed him reaching to undo his pants. Yikes! Closing my eyes, I spun around quickly and stepped into the khaki pants he'd handed me, which were so not flattering. I wished they were 2 sizes smaller. But, oh well. Then I lifted my dress over my head and held it against my chest as I slipped my arms through the sleeves of the red polo shirt. At least the top fit me well. Not that this was a fashion contest, or anything. From behind me I heard a soft whoosh, which had to be Ben's pants falling to the floor. My heart raced. Right now, Ben had to be stripped down to his underwear. I tried to ignore the images in my head, my brain guessing whether he wore boxers or briefs. Both images were appealing. I'm dressed, I said, my voice trembling a little as I secured the hem of the red shirt at my waist. Was it hot in here? Are you ready? Yes, he said, his voice unusually low. I turned around, my gaze flicking up into those almond brown eyes. The heated look he gave me sent an electric zip to my belly, causing my breath to catch. Had he had visions of his own about me while we were changing? He stepped toward me. The air between us thickened. My heart started to pound so loudly I was sure he could hear it. His gaze held mine, keeping me under his spell as he tucked a piece of my hair behind my ear. I stood perfectly still as he threaded his fingers through my hair, lifting my long locks off my neck. He leaned close to me, stopping when his mouth was a few inches from mine. I wondered if he was going to kiss me. I wanted him to. If I just leaned a little closer. You look too pretty to be an usher, he whispered. An usher? I asked, those two words jolting me from the spell, reminding me that we were here to complete a task. I mean, hello? How could I be thinking of making out with Ben in a utility closet? We were on a time crunch to get the wedding charm. I stepped out of Ben's gentle hold, my hair falling against the sides of my face. Yes, we should go do whatever an usher does, I said, stepping around him and heading for the door. Sarah, he said. I pulled the door open for safety, before I turned around. Yes? Don't forget this. He stepped forward and brushed my hair back again, sending a wave of tingles up my neck where his fingers had touched my skin. He slipped my hair into the back hole of a navy blue hat with a red rim and a fancy white A on the front. Then he secured the hat over my head, and smiled. There you go. Now my outfit's complete, I said, my brain stuck on how he'd said I looked pretty. He'd seemed sincere when he'd said it, too, which really made me want to close the door and kiss him. I needed to focus, big time. I cleared my throat. How did you know John was the name of the guy in charge around here? Lucky guess, Ben said, with a shrug. Dressing as employees is our best chance to get onto the field. We'll do whatever we're assigned to do, and when we get close to the field then we'll find someone to snap a shot of us on home plate. Okay. My gaze landed on his lips and I so wished I'd been more forward in the closet. Too late for that now. I pointed down a hall. Some ushers went that way. Let's go the other way toward the field, he said, hurrying down the opposite hallway. Being a rule follower, more objections raced through my mind. But Ben had taken us this far, so I needed to trust him and do my best to pretend to be an employee. Let me check something. I'll be right back, Ben said, leaving me all alone. The sun shined high in the sky as I glanced down at the green baseball field, my gaze landing on home plate. Although the game didn't start for almost 2 hours, the Braves were warming up on the field, and a handful of fans were gathering in their seats. Hot out today, a girl said, coming up to me. She wore an usher uniform like mine, only her pants fit much better. I was totally jealous. Today's my first day, she said. Oh. How are you liking it? I asked. I'm excited since I'm such an Oliver Kelly fan. But I don't have my name badge yet. Apparently someone in the office named Phyllis messed up the order, so the badge's arrival has been delayed. Her gaze landed on my chest. Is that what happened to your badge, too? Yes, poor Phyllis. I absently placed my hand over the right side of my chest. Hope John doesn't give her a bad time, I added. I hear he's brutal. The girl pushed her sweaty bangs off her forehead. Well, I'd better finish wiping down my seats before more fans start to arrive. Yeah, I should do that, too. I turned away, relieved to see Ben appear at my side. Where have you been? I think we're supposed to be wiping down seats. Let's do this, Ben said, handing me some towels. Where did you get these? I asked. I have my sources. He gave me a wink and then jogged down the steps toward the lower seating area. He glanced over his shoulder, holding Moose in the crook of his arm. Let's go, honey. My tummy fluttered at the term of endearment. But what's the plan? We're going to sneak onto the field and pretend we're getting home plate ready for a game? We'll improvise, he said, descending the steps toward the dugout. I don't know how, I protested, scampering after him. Leave it to me, he said as Moose twisted his head in my direction and yipped. Ben scratched Moose's head absent-mindedly. We'll think of a reason to go there and then we'll take a picture. Easy. Easy? I blinked, wondering what Ben's idea of hard would be. But before I could say anything else, Moose yipped again, and leapt from Ben's arm. I stared in horror as Moose took off running, his tongue hanging out of his mouth and his ears flapping. Moose! I yelled. Don't worry, Ben said, before jogging after Moose. I'll get him. An usher crossed the aisle, holding a small black towel. His eyes bulged when he spotted us coming at him, and he jumped out of the way as Moose flew by him, yipping several times. Who are you? The usher asked, frowning as he stepped in front of us. Where are your badges? Ben nearly plowed into the guy, but managed to stop in time. Our badges are coming. I came to a halt just behind Ben, holding onto his arm as I panted, trying to catch my breath. Phyllis messed up the badge order. We should have them next week. The crease on the man's forehead relaxed. Tell Phyllis she assigned you to the wrong section. This is my area. Good day. Sorry. I gave the guy an apologetic smile, then followed Ben, who had started moving again. Once we'd moved out of earshot, Ben peered over his shoulder and gave me an amused look. Who's Phyllis? He asked. She works with John. I would have reveled in the fact that I'd talked us out of a jam, but I was too worried about Moose, who had disappeared from sight. When we reached the bottom of the stairs by the dugout, I scanned in all directions. Where did he go? I asked, starting to panic. Stay calm. Ben squeezed my arm before he jogged to the dugout, calling Moose's name as he went. Does this little guy belong to you? Came a male voice behind me. The voice sounded mildly familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Then I turned around and came face to face with Oliver Kelly, the star left fielder for the Atlanta Braves, and current hottie of the year in practically every magazine. His emerald green eyes, trademark scruff, and signature tattoos made my legs go weak. He was also holding Moose. Tough guy on the outside with a soft interior? Oh, be still my heart. Miss? Is he yours? He smiled, revealing a set of straight white teeth beneath his full lips. Yes, he's my Moose, I said, then closed my eyes feeling mortified. These were the words I'd chosen to say to Oliver Kelly? For real? Smooth, Sarah. Very smooth. Not. I cleared my throat, fighting to recover. I mean, his name is Moose. I'm so glad you found him. He's great. He smiled, showing those straight white teeth again. Exactly like the dog I had as a kid. My dog's name was Harry, though. Man, does this little guy bring back memories, he said, scratching Moose behind the ears. Dogs are wonderful. I reached out to take Moose, Oliver's fingers brushing against mine during the exchange. He's a cute dog, isn't he? Really cute. Not so well behaved, but still super cute, I said, babbling. He's not as cute as his owner, Oliver said, a grin spreading across his handsome face. Oliver Kelly just said I was cute. I so wish I had this on video. Oh, wait. I did have my cell phone. I pulled my cell out of my pocket and smiled up at him. Mind if we get a picture together? Sure, sweetheart. He bent down until his cheek was against mine, helping me hold the phone up as I snapped the selfie. Then he straightened. What's your phone number, cutie? I'd love to call you sometime, he said. My jaw dropped open. Oliver Kelly wanted to call me? Wowzers. Actually, man, this is my fiancé. Ben came up beside me, slipping his arm around my waist, causing my belly to do a little flip. Then he pulled me closer against him. So, you won't be calling her later. She's taken. I am? I gazed up at Ben. I knew we were faking our engagement to win the wedding charm, but what did that matter to Oliver Kelly? Ben's sudden possessiveness totally shocked me. But I couldn't say I hated it exactly. I was actually reveling in it. Oliver cocked a brow. Yeah. So where's her ring? Not your concern, man, Ben said, the corner of his mouth curving upward as his fingers grazed along my jawline. Oh, wow. But I can't blame you for trying, he added. Shivers race up and down my spine. Oliver had come up to bat and Ben had struck him out before he could hit the pitch. Or call me for a date. Are you really engaged to this guy? Oliver asked. I opened my mouth, feeling torn. Part of me wanted to say, I'm a free agent, since, I was. But when I looked up at Ben, his almond brown eyes captured mine. Butterflies danced in my belly. Oliver Kelly had been my fantasy guy for years, but, whether it was good for me or not, my heart belonged to Ben. We are engaged, I said, firmly, before glancing up at Ben again. A relieved look washed across his handsome features, giving me a warm fuzzy feeling. Thanks for finding Moose, though. Sorry if he disrupted your warm-up. I guess we should be going now. Actually, would you mind taking our picture here on the field? Ben asked, lifting my phone from my hand and giving it to Oliver Kelly. It's Sarah's first time in Atlanta. Sure. Oliver Kelly gave Ben a tight smile, but he was a good sport as we walked to home plate. I snuggled against Ben, playing the part of the loving fiancé, noticing how easy it felt to keep up the charade. Once Oliver clicked the photo, he handed me back the cell phone and gave Ben a long look. You've got one beautiful fiancé. Take care of her, he said, then picked up his glove and jogged to the outfield. I will, Ben said, making me want to get that promise in writing. Yeah, I knew he was only pretending to be possessive of me, probably to keep me on track for our goal. But I couldn't help the huge smile that stretched across my face as we walked back toward the service entrance. We ditched our uniforms in the utility closet, returning to our own clothes, before heading out of the ballpark. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, on a high from accomplishing our first task. I gave Ben a side glance and he smiled at me, holding his hand up. I gave him a high five, making us both laugh. As we walked against the throng of fans going into the game, Ben's hand wrapped around mine, making my belly dance. I knew I'd blown my only chance to go out with baseball star Oliver Kelly. But as we emerged onto the sidewalk outside of the ballpark, I realized that I didn't mind one bit. Chapter 6. After our success at the baseball park, we stopped by Ida Carter's house and showed her the photo of us on home plate. We relayed how we got onto the field and she smiled the entire time. She told us that we were obviously very much in love and that we respected each other's ideas when it came to how to accomplish a difficult task. Go us! On the way back to Jill's grandma's house, we stopped by a pet store and picked up some necessities for Moose, including a red collar and leash. We also searched online for any missing dog posts, but none fit Moose's description. We called the local shelters, but no dice there either. Finally, we drafted a flyer with a reward and posted it online. Then Ben had to go to a client meeting but promised to print hard copies of the flyer so we could post them around the neighborhood. Since Ben was at the office, I made some iced tea and decided to let Moose get some exercise in the backyard. The thick humidity enveloped me as I walked out of the house, wrapping around me like a warm blanket. Moose stared up at me, wagging his tail. I threw a squeaky toy across the yard for him to fetch. His short legs pumped as he chased after it. The fact that I'd turned down a date with Oliver Kelly weighed heavily on my mind. He was the hottest thing in baseball and somehow he had wanted to go out with me. and I'd turned him down for Ben. It had actually seemed like Ben was jealous of Oliver Kelly wanting to go out with me. But why should that matter to Ben? He'd never shown the slightest interest in me, unless it was to tease me in some way. I remembered how easy it had been to snuggle into Ben when he'd wrapped his arm around me. How good it had felt to lean against his strong, muscular chest. My cell phone buzzed in my pocket, breaking me out of my thoughts. Maybe it was Ben calling to tell me he was on his way home from the office? I glanced at the screen, which read Avery Summers. I felt a twinge of disappointment that it wasn't Ben, but it would be good to bring Avery up to date. "Hey, Avery," I said, as Moose sat at my feet, tipping his head to one side. I tossed the squeaky toy again, and he took off after it. "What's up? Please tell me you have the wedding charm." Jill's getting antsy. "Not yet," I said, letting out a sigh. "Remember how I told you we needed to complete 3 tasks? Well, we accomplished number 1 today. We have a meeting with Florence's friend Ella Smith for task number 2 tonight at 6. I wanted to meet with Ella earlier, but Ben is at a local law office associated with his firm. He needed to validate taking the company jet with a business trip, but he's taking forever." Avery groaned. "I hope he gets back soon. It's all we can do to keep the bride-to-be sane. She's obsessing on this charm, saying it would be bad luck to get married without it." Ugh. Poor Jill. At least you completed the first challenge. What did you guys have to do? We had to take a photo together on the home plate at the Braves ballpark. You won't even believe how crazy it was today, I said, taking a deep breath as I set my iced tea on the patio table. We managed to get into the ballpark without even paying for tickets, but when we got close to the field, moose. You saw a moose? Avery asked, sounding confused. You're in Atlanta, not Montana. I laughed. Moose is a dog we found. Ben and I are looking for his family, but no luck so far. It's possible he was just dumped on the side of the road. Poor guy. Anyway, Moose raced onto the field, and you'll never believe who caught him for us. Who? She asked. Oliver Kelly, I said, throwing the toy across the yard for Moose again. Oliver Kelly? Avery sucked in an audible breath. The mega-hot baseball player who does all of those SUV commercials. The very one. He had this whole story about how he had a dog like Moose when he was a kid. He and I took a picture together and... I want to see it. I giggled. Okay, I'll text it to you when we're off the phone. But, more importantly, I paused, still unable to believe it had really happened. He asked me out. No way, she yelled. You flew to Atlanta to retrieve a wedding charm and you ended up getting a date with the hottest baseball player in history? Why didn't you lead with that fact? Because I turned him down, I said. Dead silence. Why? 2 words, Ben Atkins. I'm not sure, I said, the truth still warring with my brain. I've been trying to figure that out all afternoon. I mean, there is the fact that Ben and I are pretending to be engaged. Ah, Ben. The plot thickens. I knew you had the hots for him, she teased. He's not interested in me, I said, trying to assure her. But after how he'd reacted about Oliver Kelly, I wasn't sure how he felt about me. Besides, he still tries to one-up me all of the time. He even put the key in the lock first when we got here. So? Does he do anything nice? He picked up takeout for us for breakfast, I admitted, remembering what a nice surprise that had been. It was really good, too. Aw. That's so sweet. I know. My lips twisted to the side. He actually got really possessive when Oliver Kelly asked for my phone number. I knew it! Why don't you go for him, Sarah? It's obvious how much you like him. We're here to get the wedding charm, I reminded her. Ben's actions today were way too confusing for me and my head was starting to swim. We need to stick to the reason we came here. But he's at a client meeting right now that shows no sign of ending. We should be doing everything we can to get the brooch for Jill, and yet I'm stuck waiting for him to get back because I need my fake fiancé in order to complete the next challenge. Did you at least get Oliver Kelly's number so you can call him after this whole thing is over? Avery asked. No, I said, staring down at Moose, who had brought the toy back. I threw it across the yard again. At least my arm was getting a good workout. If it makes you feel any better, you're having way more fun than I am right now. What's going on? I asked, tipping my head back as the sun beat against my face. The heat here was intense, so I sat down under the shade of a big, billowing magnolia tree. My landlord keeps asking me when I'm going to vacate my apartment. He wants to start showing the place to potential buyers, she said. I'm sorry, I said, refusing to throw the toy for Moose. He was going to wear himself out if he didn't chill out for a while. I patted my lap and he jumped right up. Why don't you just stay with me until you find a new place? Well, there are a few other prospects, Avery said. But I don't love them. One of them is above a bowling alley. And the other is next door to a funeral home. Yikes, I said. I think you should keep looking. Maybe my standards are too high, she mused. Because you don't want to live above a bowling alley? I guffawed. No. That would be way too loud for me. Can you stay with your parents for a while? I asked. My mom divorced my stepdad when I was little. He's the only dad I ever knew. I barely speak to my mom. Don't worry about me. I'm sure I'll find a place soon. Your parents are divorced, huh? I asked, thinking of Ben's parents and how their divorce had affected his view on marriage. Do you think marriage could still work? Or, since your parents didn't work out, do you think all marriages are doomed? I'm not even dating right now, Avery said, her tone flat. So it's safe to say I never think about marriage. Why are you asking? I've just been thinking about marriages and whether or not they can last, I said, conveniently avoiding the main reason why I was thinking about that. There was no way I could tell her about Ben's parents. Jill's grandma was upset that so many in her family had gotten divorced, which is why she made these tasks for Jill and her fiancé. She wanted to ensure they were ready to tie the knot for good. Avery snorted. I'm sure her motives are solid, but there are so many variables in life. I don't see how she can guarantee people will stay married. Maybe she's just trying to increase the odds. Yeah, maybe, I said, hearing a door shut from inside the house. A ripple of excitement danced through me. Ben was home. Look, my faux fiancé is finally home, and now we have to go prove our love once again. Who knows what Grandma has in store for us next? I joked, biting my lip. I'd better go. Good luck on your house hunt. Thanks, Avery said. Good luck getting the brooch. And, have fun with Ben. Bye, I said, thinking I would have liked to have had fun with Ben in the utility closet. It really felt like we'd shared a moment. Or, it could have been wishful thinking. So confusing. I stood, cradling Moose under my arm, then strode toward the house. Oops. I forgot my glass. I spun around and grabbed it off the table, realizing how excited I was to go inside and see Ben. Oh, great. Spending all of this time with him had only boosted my crush. Had I turned down Oliver Kelly because I thought I had a real chance with Ben? There was no other explanation, but that was ridiculous. We were just faking an engagement. But my emotions churned inside me. After all, he hadn't been faking holding my hand. And I hadn't faked how much I'd liked it, or how much I wanted it to happen again. Ella Smith lived in Buckhead, just like Ida and Jill's grandmother. With Moose on my lap, Ben and I drove through the streets slowly thanks to the strictly enforced speed limits Ben had mentioned. I enjoyed checking out the glorious houses set back on long sweeps of lawn dotted with old camellia, magnolia, and oak trees. The magnolias were in full bloom, their waxy white petals giving off a fragrance that drifted in through the windows of the rental car despite the windows being tightly shut to keep out the smothering humidity and heat. "Look!" I pointed toward someone's lawn as my mouth fell open at the group of women wearing hoop-skirted gowns and carrying parasols. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands, certain I must be having some kind of lack of sleep-induced hallucination. "What's up?" Ben gazed where I had pointed and then a low rumble of laughter came from his mouth. "Wow, it's like we've stepped through a time portal or something." "Isn't that the only explanation? I mean, people don't dress like that here, do they?" I asked. "Beats me." "Oh, there's the right house." He pulled into the driveway of an enormous house built to resemble one more commonly seen in the English countryside. We stopped in front of the porch, got out of the car, and hurried to the front door. A uniformed man opened the door. "Can I help you folks?" he asked, his drawl as wide as the house. "Yes, we're here to see Ella Smith," Ben said, slipping his arm around my waist. "This is Jill, my beautiful fiancée. Her grandmother was a good friend of Mrs. Smith's." My belly did a little flip. He just said I was beautiful. Swoon! Oh, wait. I wondered if he meant that or if he was just playing along with the charade, probably the latter. "Oh, Jill," a woman trilled from behind the man in the doorway. "Oh, goodness," Wesley moved to one side. Wesley moved out of the way and my mouth dropped open at what I saw. Ella Smith wore a heavily ruffled skirt and top. The skirt was so wide she had to turn sideways to come out the front door to get a look at us. I suddenly felt way underdressed in my white sundress with the big cabbage roses. "Well, then." Ella clasped her hands together. "Ida called me earlier and said you two were needing the wedding brooch." "Oh, and that your bow was very charming," Ella said, fluttering her long and false eyelashes at Ben. "Aren't you just the handsomest thing? Why, you'd be a terrific escort." Ben's cheeks tinted an adorable shade of pink. "I beg your pardon?" Moose chose that minute to start barking. He leaped forward, a big doggy grin on his face. Ella squealed out, "Why, hello you. My goodness. You sure are cute, but phew, you smell." "Sorry about that," I said, making a mental note to give Moose a bath. "We found him running by himself in the neighborhood this morning. We're trying to see if we can find his family, but he didn't have a collar on at the time, so he might be a stray." Moose's rump wriggled and his tongue came out. Ella put an arm around my shoulder. "So, he's handsome and he rescues dogs? You've got a keeper here, Jill. It takes a special man to be so kind." "Yes, well. Hear that, honey?" Ben grinned at me. "I'm a keeper." A little zing zipped through me. I loved when he called me honey. "Yes, I would like to keep him," I said, feeling very odd at the way my heart fluttered at saying that about Ben, but I reminded myself I was just pretending. The wedding charm is very important to me. I want to wear it when I get married since it's a family tradition, as I'm sure my grandmother told you. Just then Moose dodged right under Ella's stupendous skirt. She shrieked, danced sideways, and shot Moose a stern look. Never mess with a woman's skirt when she is on her way to the Magnolia Tea. The Magnolia Tea? I asked, wondering if this was the reason for the movie-worthy Southern dress code the neighborhood seemed to have today. Ella waved her hands in the air. It's an old tradition. The local women's charity puts it on to raise money. I'm on my way to the tea now. I think we saw some people going to it. I cleared my throat. Ella. Ella recoiled. Well, bless your heart, honey. You've forgotten your Southern manners. That's Miss Ella. Oh, boy. I'm so sorry. Miss Ella, we really need to get that charm as fast as possible because the wedding's tomorrow night and we still need to fly home and all. You're supposed to give us another challenge? Miss Ella nodded. Well, first I'd like to see the proof with my own eyes that you achieved the first part. I've got it, Miss Ella. Ben pulled his phone out of his pocket, tapped on the photo I'd messaged to him, and showed her. There we are, right on home plate. Well, so you are. How about you two walk me down to the tea and I'll tell you all about the next part on the way. I'd invite you to the tea, but it's invitation only and I'm not sure they'd let the dog come in what with all of the white dresses and the lawn. Thank you for the thought, but we really must finish this challenge tonight so we can get on to the third. Ben offered her his arm in a gesture that was so gallant even I was impressed. I smiled over at Ben as we walked out of Miss Ella's driveway and down the street. Moose trotted alongside my feet and I kept his leash short. How much do you remember about Atlanta, Jill? Miss Ella asked. Not a lot, I said. Then, on a burst of inspiration, I added, it's almost like I've never been here before. Ben looked at me, the corners of his mouth twitching. The sun came down, picking little gold highlights out of his sandy brown hair and a hard knot formed in my chest. He really was handsome, and he could be so charming, too. But, then again, it hadn't been so charming when he tried to one-up me and beat me to Atlanta using his private jet. Miss Ella gave me a side glance. Your grandparents both liked art, but there was one artist they never could agree on. Oh. I walked a little faster, doing my best to avoid being knocked over by the skirt, which swayed like a satin bell. I didn't know that. Miss Ella sighed. Degas. Your grandfather hated the ballet and your grandmother swore he hated Degas just because of that. That if he just stopped looking at the paintings like they were some sort of ballet come back to haunt him he'd enjoy them. Degas. Huh. I racked my brain, trying to remember every high school or college art class I'd taken. We reached the gates of the house where the Magnolia Tea was being held. Miss Ella waved at someone inside and they hurried to open the gate for her. Just as she walked through, she added, you're going to prove you have trust and teamwork in your relationship by taking a picture together in front of the Degas at the High. They're open late tonight for a special exhibit, but you'd better hurry. They close in less than an hour. Good luck. Thanks, I said, my shoulder muscles tightening. We had less than an hour? What was the High? I watched the gates swing shut. Moose whined softly. I hear you, Moose. This is a tough one. I turned to Ben. Do you have any idea what the High is? To my surprise, he nodded. The High Museum of Art. But we obviously can't take Moose in there, so we'll have to leave him at Jill's grandma's house, and with this traffic, it's going to be cutting it close. Let's do it! I took off sprinting, and Ben ran by my side. Moose pumped his little legs as fast as he could. I have to say that running in sweltering heat and humidity, that felt so thick it was like breathing through a wet towel, was no picnic. But a fire lit inside me, giving me energy. I knew I had to get this wedding charm for Jill. I would not let my friend down. We dropped Moose off at the house, leaving him in the laundry room. Then we hurried to the car. I slipped into the passenger seat. Ben started the engine and set the GPS. I asked, "So, the High is a museum, huh?" "The biggest in Atlanta, and it's always packed. Not to mention it's in a really inconvenient location from here. Plus, traffic. Where's a helicopter when you need one?" I lifted a brow. "You could always use the company helicopter, I guess." His lips twitched. "Not this time. This one is up to us." Ben hit the gas and I clung to the edges of my seat as we sped off to prove that we had enough trust and teamwork to make a marriage last. Chapter 7. We arrived at the High Museum of Art, and the building was a stunning work of art in itself. It was a tall, white structure laden with windows, all modern in angles and soaring edges, yet perfectly at home in Atlanta's midtown. "Here we are," Ben said, as we got out of the car in the crowded lot and headed for the front of the museum. I gawked at the building. "Wow." Ben grinned. "Pretty impressive, right?" "It's amazing." I hurried beside him toward the entrance, feeling worried about the limited time we had to find the Degas, and also feeling bad that we'd left Moose at home by himself. I wish we didn't have to leave Moose behind when he's already had such a traumatic day. "Do you think he's all right?" "I'm sure he's fine." He held the door and gave me a little bow. The romantic Old South must be going to his head. I smiled at the gesture. The old Ben would have been way more likely to speed through first and let the door hit me in the nose. This chivalry stuff I could get used to. The welcome blast of air conditioning hit us as we entered and I sighed with relief. The ceiling soared overhead, and the walls of windows lit up bright murals and the signs that pointed the way to the exhibits. The ticketing gate was to the right and we headed for it. "I'll get the tickets," I said, reaching for the zipper of my purse. "No, it's fine." He'd already pulled out his wallet and was handing over his bank card. I opened my mouth to protest that I wanted to treat, but my thought was cut short by the lady in the ticketing booth. "We don't sell general admissions this time of day. It's museum policy." My teeth gnashed at our bad luck. Ben, however, just smiled. He moved a little closer to the booth, a charming grin on his face. Lorraine? Your name is Lorraine, isn't it?" The name tag pinned neatly to her blouse clearly identified her as Lorraine. "So what was he doing?" Lorraine nodded. "It is. But I can't sell you a general admission ticket." "I would never ask you to do something against the rules," he said, his smile growing wider as he winked at her. Lorraine actually blushed. I really couldn't blame her. I found him pretty charming myself. "We're here for the special exhibit," Ben said. "What special exhibit?" I caught sight of a nearby sign and my hopes crashed to the gleaming floor. The sign said the exhibit was invitation only, and we didn't have an invitation. "Oh." Lorraine's tone was high as if she hadn't considered that. She hoisted a set of papers to her desk, fingering the list of names. "I only have 2 unclaimed tickets and those belong to Dr. and Mrs. Hilligrand." "That couldn't be you, because Dr. Hilligrand's assistant called me just a bit ago and said he'd be in the surgical room all evening and wouldn't be attending after all." Her gaze met Ben's and she winked at him. Have your plans for surgery changed?" He nodded. "Indeed they have, Lorraine. I didn't have to perform the surgery after all." Lorraine's gaze shifted from Ben to me. She raised a brow as if asking me to corroborate his obviously made-up with her help story. I put on my brightest smile. It was a miracle. The patient was cured. Lorraine fingered a strand of pearls hanging from her neck. How about that? I never heard of the dead being cured. I guess you see everything there in the coroner's office. My mouth opened and closed like a guppy. Oops. Ben slipped an arm around me. Oh, we've seen stranger things. I'll bet you have. Lorraine held out 2 tickets with a little twinkle in her eyes. The exhibit is down that hall, and to the right. Follow the signs. You're a peach, Lorraine. Ben accepted the tickets, and we dashed through the gate and down the hall. What if the real doctor decides to show up? I asked. Relax, Dimples. Don't you ever stop worrying? I supposed not. We passed quite a few rooms and corridors. There was so much on display that we gave up and went to a directory, hoping to spot the Degas listed somewhere. It wasn't, and so we flagged down a guide to help us. Degas? The guide, a 20-something woman with blue hair and a heavy scrawl of eyeliner, shook her head. We used to show 2 of Degas's works here, but one is out on loan and the other isn't available for viewing. There are lots of other beautiful works of art to see. But a friend told us we could find a Degas here. I bit my lip, tears welling in my eyes. Yeah, lots of good artwork, but none that would help us earn the wedding charm for Jill's wedding. Ben stepped forward. There must be a Degas here somewhere. Maybe someone else would know where it is? I know this museum inside and out. She shook her head and crossed her arms. No Degas. But we have thousands of valuable pieces of art by many major artists, she said, in a tone that told us he'd insulted her. It's a museum, you know. Bless your heart. Why was everyone blessing our hearts all the time? Right now it felt more like we were cursed. Frustrated beyond belief, I clasped my hands together in prayer position. You don't understand how important this is. We're getting married and I need my something old, which is my grandmother's wedding brooch, but she's making us perform all of these challenges to earn the brooch. On an impulse, trying to talk like a southerner, I added, bless her heart. The guide's mouth fell open. You actually would say that about your grandma? What had I said wrong? I shot Ben a look. He grinned. She's from California. She doesn't know what that means. What means? I gave him a hard, death glare. He just kept grinning at me as though he had a secret that he wasn't going to share. As mad as I was, I couldn't help but notice that he was even cuter when he smiled. And that the sides of his eyes crinkled in the most adorable way. The guide looked slightly mollified. Well, okay. But we still don't have any Degas here. Like I said. Is there anything else you want to look at? We're about to close in a few minutes, so you might want to find it fast. My shoulders slumped. The bitter taste of defeat filled my mouth. We have to find a Degas. Maybe Miss Ella made a mistake about the location. Is there anywhere else in the city that has a Degas on display? The guide shook her head. Nope. The only place I can think of is Effie May Warrington's house, and she doesn't let just anyone in to view her art collection. But she does have a Degas. I seized on that. Oh. Is there any way we could contact her? We really have to view a Degas today so we can earn that wedding charm. I can't get married without it. The guide sighed. No. She sometimes lets people in her house to see her artwork, but it's usually just fellow art lovers, curators, and such. Besides, even if she were going to let you in, she wouldn't show it today. Ben's forehead wrinkled. Why not today? The guide smiled. Well, because today's the magnolia tea that she throws at her house every year. She donates the proceeds to the museum, of course. The magnolia tea? the place we just left? Ugh. How did Miss Ella forget that her friend had a degas right there in her house? Thank you very much for your help. Ben nodded to the guide and then took my arm and led me away. I glanced at him. What are we going to do now? Miss Ella said that the tea is invitation only. I don't think you could fake being the coroner again, because he wouldn't have bought tickets for 2 events at the same time. I guess there's only one thing we can do. I shook my head. We can't go back to California without the wedding charm. He sent me a mischievous grin. We have to crash the tea party. My eyes bulged. Okay, I hadn't seen that one coming. Gulp. I hurried to catch up with Ben as he dashed across the parking lot toward the car. Look, I know you're feeling drunk on the success of crashing the high, but I don't think crashing the Magnolia Tea Party is going to be as simple. Miss Ella is there. Plus, it's an intimate party at someone's house. There's no way we can pull this off. Ben didn't break a stride. All we need is a skirt for you and we're in. Where am I going to get a skirt like that? I demanded, pulling open the passenger door and slipping in. Do you want me to pull a Scarlett O'Hara and wrap up in some drapes? That's not a bad idea. He gunned the engine and put the gear shift into drive. But, no. There has to be a costume shop or something around here where we could rent some clothes. Unless you have a better idea? Good point. I'll try to find a store while you drive. I took out my phone and opened a search engine. I frowned, trying to think. What sort of store would sell that stuff? I typed in Magnolia tea dresses and got back a shop name, but it sold children's clothes. I typed in all sorts of things, growing more frustrated by the second. Time was ticking away. We needed a better plan. Just then the name of a shop came up. I opened the website. Oh, look! This is a store that sells dresses for LARP players, including period pieces from the antebellum South. I guess that would work. This outfit I'm looking at looks a lot like the dress we saw. Would you GPS the store for me? I did. The shop was only a mile away and we were headed in the right direction, so we pulled into the parking lot a few minutes later. The store appeared to be closed, but when I pushed at the door it opened. A woman stepped out of the back room. Hi, there. What can I do for y'all? She asked. Ben looked at the racks of dresses, frilly petticoats, and the parasols hanging from the ceiling, and a panicked expression grew on his face. I bit back a laugh. I need a dress. I'm also really late for the Magnolia tea. First, our flight got delayed and then the airline lost our luggage. And that was my grandmother's hoop skirt too. I'm so crushed. Please tell me you have something. The shopkeeper fluttered toward me in a swoop of ruffles and silk. Oh, my goodness. Why just this morning dear old Jessica Mullins had to come rushing in here to grab a hoop for the Magnolia tea. Her hoop had broken right in half. Can you imagine? And she prides herself on having the biggest skirts, too. Now, let's see. What size are you? I gave her my size as Ben picked up a folded crinoline. The shopkeeper turned to him. Are you looking for something to wear, too? Ben dropped the crinoline. It blossomed and stood. He took a hasty step back from the expanding layers of tulle and metal bands. I tucked my hand through his arm. Yes, my fiancé needs a suit. The shopkeeper smiled. Well, aren't you two the perfect pair? Let's get you both dressed. By the time you get there, they'll be moving on to cocktails, so nobody will notice you're late. 20 minutes later, we hurried across the parking lot, dressed to the nines. I somehow slipped into the passenger seat with my huge skirt. Ben stuffed in wads of fabric after me. The hoops apparently weren't meant to be sat on because the front of the skirt kept trying to flip up over my head and smother me to death. How embarrassing. No wonder Miss Ella walked in her outfit, I joked, as Ben jumped into the driver's seat. Also, I'm paying you back for the dress. No way. The plan was mine, so it only seemed fair. Well, you didn't have to. But, thanks. I gave him a small smile. I'd been independent for so long, I wasn't used to people doing things for me. Certainly not a guy. The last man I'd dated rarely paid for anything. Not that Ben and I were dating for real. But if I ever wanted to get over him, his kind gestures weren't edging me in that direction. I managed to hold the skirt down enough to see past it as I turned my head to survey him. The suit he wore was dark and well-fitted to his muscular frame. He looked like he belonged on the cover of a Southern romance novel. Swoon. I'm still not sure about crashing this party, I said, biting my lip. Crashing the party might be illegal, right? Sneaking into the house has got to be the same thing as breaking and entering. I guess it's a good thing I know a lawyer. Ben chuckled. I'm not a criminal defense attorney, you know. We might both need a good lawyer after this. I'm of the mind that if you look like you belong, then no one will question you. Chills vibrated through me at the same advice my dear grandma had given me. The advice I'd used just last night while walking across the airport to stow away on Ben's jet. Warmth filled my chest. I had a feeling my grandma would have liked Ben had she still been around to meet him. We headed back toward Buckhead. It was still bright and sunny. The light was different in Atlanta than it was in California, thicker and far more golden yellow. The whole place, once we got off the jam-packed loops of freeway, had a sleepy and lovely air that I liked a lot. We parked at Miss Ella's and walked down to the house that was hosting the party. I turned to Ben and caught him staring at me. What? I asked, worried my outfit had a big hole or something. I like that dress on you. You look breathtaking. My belly fluttered. You don't look bad yourself. The heat and the romance of the South were definitely getting to me, or maybe the tight corset had cut off all the oxygen to my brain because not only was I going along with this harebrained scheme, I caught myself staring at Ben, too. When we arrived at Effie Mae Warrington's, I peered through the fanciful wrought iron gate. How do we get past the gate? I asked. Follow my lead. Ben waved at a couple who were in uniform. Excuse me? Sorry, we walked out of the gate and got locked out. Can you help us get back in? That was his plan? There was no way they were going to buy that. The two came closer. Do you have your invitation with you? The guy asked. No, I chirped, popping the parasol open, hoping to look more like someone who belonged at the tea. I left mine on the table inside. The young woman bit her bottom lip. We're not supposed to let anyone in without an invitation. The dress I wore was huge and it was very heavy, too. It was like wearing a few heavy blankets, and the shade cast by the frilly parasol wasn't enough to keep me cool. Why hadn't I added a fan to my outfit? I looked at Ben, waiting for him to work his magic. He stared back at me. Nothing. It was up to me? Okay, then. I turned to the two workers and gave them my brightest smile. We were just inside a few moments ago. I mean, why else would we be wearing these clothes? I twirled the parasol for effect. If you let us in, I can grab the invitation off the table and show it to you. Or run from you as fast as I can when you find out I'm a fraud. I did see a man and a woman kissing by the back gate earlier. The guy's face scrunched up as he fingered his chin. I can't remember if it was y'all or not, though. Ben held up a finger. Let me refresh your memory. I expected him to whip out his wallet and offer him money, or something. Instead, he slipped his arm around my waist and twirled me in a perfect swirl of taffeta and tulle. And then he pulled me into his arms, dipped me back and kissed me. The breath left my chest as his lips captured mine, all warm and inviting. I sagged against him, dropping the parasol, which fell to the ground. Butterflies went wild in my belly. Ben Atkins was kissing me. You know how people say reality doesn't live up to the fantasy? Totally not true. Every cell in my body buzzed, making me feel like I was floating on a cloud. Then his mouth opened and his tongue brushed against mine, sending electric darts through my belly. A small sound escaped my mouth, but I didn't even care. I just held on tight. I suddenly forgot about the caterers, the tea, and even the wedding charm. I even forgot this was the guy who'd teased me endlessly since I was a child. All I could focus on was the taste and feel of his mouth, and the crazy little sensations running all through me. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, the guy said, letting out a low whistle, pulling me from my heavenly cloud. That was definitely y'all kissing earlier. He hit a button and the gate swung open. Ben released me and I fought to catch my breath. With my heart pounding, I grabbed the parasol, wiggled my fingers at the workers, and sailed in on spaghetti legs. Were Ben and I going to talk about what just happened? I turned to him, unsure of how to start the conversation. Instead of declaring his love, he pointed to a tray going by. Oh, look. Cheese straws. He wanted to eat cheese straws at a time like this? What happened to our earth-shattering kiss? Hadn't it rocked his world as it had mine? Apparently not, since he popped a handful of cheese straws into his mouth. Actually, those did look pretty good. Ben lifted a couple flutes of champagne from a server and handed one to me. It turned out the cheese straws were delicious and the very dry champagne was divine. We sipped and munched as we walked through the crowd. That kiss replayed in my mind over and over. What now? I asked, remembering we had a task to do. We have to get in the house to find the painting. I say we slip in, claiming we're looking for the restroom if we get caught in the wrong area. Sounds plausible enough. I spotted a set of open French doors and made a beeline for them, slipping into a small sunroom. Then we entered a long hallway where people bustled by, obviously too busy to pay attention to us. Come this way. Ben took hold of my hand, leading me down the hall. Artwork is probably in that big room with all of the windows and thick blinds. We tiptoed through empty rooms, my senses on high alert. I feel like a cat burglar, I whispered. You better not burgle anything. He guided me along with a gentle tug on my hand, which felt so perfect and natural. I gave him a cutting look, but then I whispered, look. At the end of the hall, we turned into a room that was clearly a study of some sort, and hanging on one tall wall was a lovely painting of a young ballerina with a bright blue sash. Is it a Degas? I asked. Ben looked anxious. I have no idea. Let's pull up a search on our phones, or something. Good idea. He let go of my hand, which was a bummer, and typed something into his phone. Then he frowned, glanced at the painting, and then at his phone. I think it is a Degas. It sure looks like one. Well, come on. I laced my arm through his, moving toward the lovely painting. Let's get our picture with the painting and get out of here. We came to a stop by the painting. He held his phone up and snapped a selfie, but I wasn't sure if he got the entire painting in the background. Take one more, I suggested, moving just an inch, and my shoulder brushed the frame. N. An alarm started shrieking. Ben's face drained of color. What happened? I touched the painting. I squeaked, covering my mouth. What do we do now? We run. He grabbed my hand and then we took off. Oh! I held on tight to his hand as we flew out of the study. Ben ran along slightly ahead of me, rushing toward a staircase. I managed to catch up and we went down a set of stairs fast. We'd moved so quickly that I was sure we were home free up until I ran right into the arms of a burly security guard. Oof! A second security guard stood beside him. I decided to try to use the parasol to hide my face, but the security guard grabbed it in one smooth move, plucking it right out of my hands. So much for my hiding place. We'd been cornered against a wall. Ben slipped his arm around me, pulling me close to him. There was nothing we could do. We'd been caught. Chapter 8. I'd never been hauled away by a burly security guard at a formal tea before, so this one was going down for the record. I probably should have tried to talk my way out of trouble, but I was way too nervous. I'd never been busted before. The guard was a man of few words, for to be exact. He said, "Trespassing is a crime," in a really scary voice and then deposited us in a room with high windows. Was I really in trouble? I just wanted a photo with the Degas, not a criminal record. Once the burly guard and his security partner left the room, I immediately went to a window to attempt an escape. But the window wouldn't budge. Even if it had opened, my huge skirt would probably have prevented my climbing out, or it would have made me tumble out the window. I'd already lost my freedom, so there was no sense in losing my dignity, too. We're in so much trouble. I paced the room, being careful not to let my skirt trash the place. My hands were busy with that task or I would have been wringing them like crazy. I can't believe this. We're going to jail. Ben lifted a brow. I wish we'd known there was an alarm. This is all my fault? I put my hands near what I thought might be my hips. The dress made it hard to tell. How was I supposed to know there was an alarm? Calm down. Everything will be fine. We just have to explain ourselves. I'm sure a patron of the arts is a reasonable person. Fine? I squeaked, pretty sure I'd reached panic mode. How is any of this going to be fine? If we go to jail, then we can't finish the challenge and get the charm for Jill. Her wedding will be ruined because of me, and I'm the maid of honor. Ben tilted his head as if he were confused. We could be going to jail and you're worried about the wedding charm? Jill's been an amazing friend to me, through thick and thin. This is her special day and it can't be ruined because of us. Why wouldn't I be worried about the wedding charm when it means so much to her? Ben's hands came up. Whoa, slow down. I wasn't being mean. I'm actually impressed at your dedication to the friendship. He paused, slipping his hands into his pockets. I'm even more impressed that you let me kiss you out there. You were very believable, too. He had to bring our kiss up now? I stopped pacing, opening my mouth to say something in protest, but ended up blurting, "It was a pretty impressive kiss, to be honest." It sure was. His mouth curved upward and he pushed himself away from the wall he'd been leaning against. He kept his eyes on mine as he walked toward me. I had no idea what he was planning to do, but I knew what I wanted him to do. When he was only a few steps away from me, the door flew open and a tall woman entered the room. Her red hair was pulled back in a French twist, spilling in small ringlets around her face. She stomped toward us with a loud rustle of silk. She looked sweet and friendly. I'd never been so glad to see someone in all of my life. Maybe this woman had dismissed the security guards? She stopped before us, snapped a fan open and waved it in front of her face. I'm Effie Mae Warrington. My security guards have informed me that you two just tried to steal my degas. No, no. Ben hastened to assure her. We weren't trying to steal it. We just had to take a picture with it. Effie Mae's fan worked faster. She gave me a knowing look. So you could sell it on the black market? No. I gasped, putting my hands to my cheeks. I've never stolen anything in my life. Okay, well, there was the black eyeliner I took from a store in the 7th grade. But I felt so bad I ended up returning it, so that shouldn't count. Ben gave me a strange look. What? I'm just being honest, I said, although this was probably not a time for confessions. She wasn't exactly a friend, with the whole threat of arrest for attempted theft and all. Then Miss Ellis swept into the room. There has been a mistake. Oh, no. Not only were we in trouble legally, but now we'd been caught by Miss Ella? I was such a failure and the wedding charm was so doomed. They weren't trying to steal the degas, Effie. Miss Ella shook her gloved finger back and forth. This is the couple I told you about. They're working on tasks to earn Florence's wedding charm. One task was to take a photo with a degas. Well, that does seem like a worthy task, Effie said. Very much so, Miss Ella said, approaching Ben and me, her eyes boring into mine. I'm so sorry. You see, I knew there was no degas on display at the high. But I also knew if you just checked you'd find out there was one here. I didn't think you'd break into the house to see it, though. I thought you'd just ask for me since you knew I was here. To my complete horror, I burst into tears. The combination of a lack of sleep, my mixed emotions about Ben, and failing to get the wedding charm must have been too much to handle. Because I really let the waterworks loose, which was so unlike me. Then I felt a pair of firm arms envelop me and I looked up to find myself tucked against Ben's chest. I leaned into him and everything felt better. Yeah, I was going to jail and poor Moose was locked in the laundry room, but nothing felt as gloomy when I was with Ben. I'm so sorry for crashing the tea, Miss Ella, I babbled out, sniffling. It's just that the wedding will be ruined if we don't get the picture with the degas like you instructed. It was my idea to crash the tea, Ben said, hurriedly. Please don't blame her. I'm sorry we came without an invitation, but it never occurred to me that we'd create a problem. He paused for a breath, and glanced at me for a moment. I'll admit I got carried away thinking about how lovely she would look in a dress like the one you're wearing, Miss Effie Mae. Not that she's able to carry it off as well as you do. But she's from California, so that's working against her. Torn between laughing and feeling really offended, all I could do was stare up at Ben. Was he really trying to charm his way out of this? Effie Mae blushed and smiled, before she tapped Ben's arm with her fan. Don't you try to charm me. Oh, well, all right then. If Ella's willing to vouch for you, then we'll just pretend this whole incident never happened. But the next time you want to see a painting in my home, send an email or something first requesting to do so. Then Effie Mae Warrington sailed out of the room. We weren't going to jail? I was so relieved I sagged against Ben, who smiled down at me. I told you not to worry, Dimples. Miss Ella clasped her hands together. I'm sorry for sending you to the high for the degas, but part of the challenge was to see how you'd react with defeat. A marriage needs trust and teamwork, even in the face of adversity. But seeing you two right now makes it obvious that you not only love and respect each other, but you have trust and teamwork in your relationship as well. I sure didn't mean to almost get you arrested, though. Relief flooded through me. It's fine, Miss Ella. But we really are running out of time. We did get the photo with the degas, but we need to achieve the very last task. Well, proving your commitment to each other isn't up to me. You'll have to meet your grandma's dear friend, Gina Larson, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Atlanta Botanical Garden. She will determine that. I nodded. We'll be there. Thanks for making sure we didn't get arrested. As we made our way past the guards outside the door, Ben whispered, "Do you think there's any chance we could get some of those cheese straws to go?" "Are you crazy?" I stopped walking and gawked at him. He grinned. "Nope, I'm just hungry." We've pretended to be a coroner and his wife, angered a museum guide, broke into a very expensive home, and faced down jail time so we could get a picture with a priceless painting, and all you can say is you're hungry? My belly suddenly grumbled, causing my cheeks to heat. Yeah, me too. But there's no way I'm stealing cheese straws for you. We've been in enough trouble for one day. We went out for a quick dinner, returned to the house a couple hours later to shower and change our clothes. Then we let Moose out of the laundry room and he greeted us with wriggling excitement. He'd seemed content while we were gone with his small dog bed, cute little rope toy, and fluffy squeaky toys. I replenished Moose's food and water, and then we let him out into the dusky twilight of the backyard. The smell of magnolias and jasmine wafted along on a cooling breeze, and the sky showed dark indigo and bright carnelian streaks in the furthest western edge. Moose fetched a toy and came running back with his head covered in mud. "Oh, no." Ben laughed. I groaned. How did he find mud? It hasn't rained at all. Must be a sprinkler system, Ben said. My nose wrinkled. He needs a bath. Ben nodded. I have to agree with you on that one. Come on, Moose. I grabbed the dog shampoo we bought earlier and Moose trotted down the hall with us until we reached the nearest bathroom. I picked him up and set him down in the marble-clad tub and shower combination. He immediately jumped out of the tub. Ben shut the door, but that didn't hinder Moose's desire to escape. He dodged between Ben's legs and under the tall and wide pedestal sink. I grabbed for him but he wedged himself in deeper, his toenails scraping along the lovely gray and white tile floors and barking in a way that said he was absolutely not going to get in that tub quietly if he could help it. I gathered him up again, petting him a minute to soothe him. Ben turned on the water, letting his forearm test the temperature. I think that water's fine. I put Moose back into the tub. We'd better hurry. I don't think he likes baths so much. Ben sprayed water along Moose's body and I squirted the shampoo on, which smelled sweet until it hit Moose's stinky dog fur. Hold still, boy. It's going to be over soon. Moose gave me a woebegone look, and I snapped a photo of him with my cell phone. Too cute. Ben wielded the sprayer while I lathered shampoo along Moose's back and legs. Moose was clearly not happy, and I was worried, but not about Moose. I worried about all of the things Miss Ella had said about Ben and me. Did she really think we were right for each other? That we had what it took to make a marriage last? Moose interrupted my thoughts with a loud bark. Ben scratched behind his ears. I know you think you're having the worst day ever, but this is a cakewalk compared to what we went through today. I know, right? I added a dollop of shampoo to Moose's head. I'm so tired. I never thought getting that wedding charm would be so exhausting. Ben chuckled. Me either. I peeked over at him. I guess being charming is tiring you out, huh? His gaze latched onto mine. You find me charming? I gave a non-committal shrug. Lorraine, Effie May, and Miss Ella sure seem to find you charming. I'm surprised Lorraine didn't slip you her number along with those tickets. She's probably crushing on you right now. So you think I'm crushable, he said, his voice low. I'd walked right into that one. Deciding to be honest, I said, yes, I'd say you're crushable. He ran the sprayer along Moose's back, sending suds into the tub, before he looked back at me. You're pretty crushable, too. Especially when you're holding a parasol. I gave him a quick glance as confusion rolled through my mind. What was happening here? Ben thought I was crush material? I didn't know what to say to that. You probably have a boyfriend back home. His tone was that of a statement, but it felt like he was asking a question. I shook my head. I was dating someone, but we broke up months ago. Why did you two break up? He asked, an intense look in his eyes. He was nice, but I didn't have strong feelings for him. I'd meant to just give him the "oh, we weren't right for each other" speech, but the truth just rolled out easily. I dried my hands on a hanging towel and then pulled Moose out to dry him. Are you dating someone special? Ben's gaze became twice as intense. Not besides you. My belly fluttered until I remembered our fake engagement. Right, I joked, as I rubbed Moose dry with the towel. Can you believe Miss Ella really thinks we're right for each other? She sure doesn't know us at all. A line formed between his brows. Why wouldn't we be right for each other? I winced, remembering all of the reasons. You tease me, for one. You've called me Dimples since I was young, reminding me of how goofy my dimples look. Is that what you think? He leaned toward me, holding both of my shoulders so I couldn't look away. I love those dimples. I've called you that to make you smile, just so I can see them. They're so you. And you're beautiful. A ripple of excitement rolled through me, but then I frowned. You ruined my high school science project, I said, hating that something from a decade ago still hurt so much. He sat back and blew out a breath. No, I didn't. My mouth dropped open. Ben may be a lot of things, but he'd never been dishonest. I couldn't believe he was denying this now after all these years. Ben, I saw you before the science fair. You're the only one who had the opportunity and the motive. He shook his head. It wasn't me. Moose wriggled in my lap, so I pulled the towel off him so he could roam free. If you didn't ruin my science project, then who else would have done it? I asked, logically. That guy you were dating, he said, and then he raked a hand through his hair. I was setting up my rocket display when he came in and confronted me. He thought you and I were spending too much time together working on our projects and that something was going on between us. What? I said, completely and totally shocked. There hadn't been anything going on between us. I mean, duh. I wouldn't have been dating the other guy if Ben had been interested. He didn't believe me when I told him that. He said if I didn't have feelings for you, then I wouldn't stop him if he ruined your project. Then he proceeded to take out a bottle and pour liquid into your volcano. It turned everything green. Yep, ugly sour apple-colored green. I scratched my temple. If he's the one who ruined my project, then why didn't you tell me when I accused you? A pained expression crossed his features. Because I didn't stop him, Sarah. I deserved to take the rap for that reason alone. My nerves felt frazzled as everything he was telling me sank in. Then something hit me, and my stomach clenched. But I ruined your rocket. I punctured it with my key. He glanced down a moment. I deserved it for not stopping him. No, you didn't, I let out a long breath as everything I knew turned upside down. Ben hadn't ruined my science project. He'd actually felt bad for not stopping the jerk who had ruined it. And he'd called me Dimples because he thought I was beautiful. I was stunned, speechless. He reached for my hand. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at the time. Maybe I should have. No, I'm the one who's sorry. I destroyed your project and accused you of destroying mine. You had good reason to think I'd done something wrong, he said, quietly, as he traced my palm with his finger. When I kissed you outside Effie May's house, it was supposed to be all for show to get us into the house. But it didn't feel fake to me. As he laced his fingers through mine, I lifted my lashes. That kiss hadn't felt fake to me either. It had felt so incredibly real. His gaze dropped to my mouth. I want to kiss you right now. My heart rate picked up speed. I turned my face up to his and his lips came down on mine. Chills vibrated through me. But I hesitated, my lips frozen against his. I knew he didn't want a pretend kiss this time. If I kissed him back, then I'd be kissing him for real. And with that last thought, I pressed my lips to his and kissed him over and over until his hands cupped my cheeks. His tongue parted my lips and he tasted me, making me dizzy and limp. I snaked my arms around his neck, pulling him closer to me until he pulled back. I don't think that was a pretend kiss, he whispered, his breath warm against my cheek as he kissed me again. I made a little mewing sound. There's no reason for us to pretend right now. Nobody is watching, except maybe Moose. Ben chuckled against my lips and then kissed me again, warm and sweet. He tasted me over and over, seeming to drink me in until I was lost. Feeling like I was floating, I settled in closer until I was sitting sideways in his lap. His arms came around me and he held me close. I've wanted to kiss you since high school, he whispered, kissing my cheek, my jawline, and then a sensitive spot behind my ear. Why didn't you? I asked, loving the feel of his lips against my skin. I didn't know if you would let me. I settled my palms on both of his cheeks, waiting until he opened his eyes and those almond brown eyes peered into mine. I definitely would have let you. He groaned. I was a stupid kid. I giggled, wrapping my arms around him, loving the feel of being so close to Ben. He kissed me softly and the world narrowed down to just our breath and our lips and my heart beating loud and fast in my ears. Then Moose gave himself a mighty shake, spraying water over us. Ben and I pulled back, staring at each other. Both of us started laughing. Moose pawed at my leg and cocked his head to the side, looking up at us as if he didn't get what was so hilarious. I wanted to tell him that nothing was funny. Everything was just perfect. Chapter 9. At 7 o'clock the next morning, we managed to find a space in the parking lot outside of a cute and quaint restaurant. The red brick building was set in Midtown's busiest section. Flowers and shrubs were planted around the perimeter and a bright red and white striped awning over the door had gold gilt letters spelling out the name Wisteria and Holly. The scent of bacon hung in the air as we entered. Moose wriggled and squirmed from inside my purse. Is he going to be okay in there? Ben asked. There's a mesh panel on each end, so he'll have plenty of air. Plus, he has his chew toy and a full belly. I think he's fine. We're the ones who still need breakfast. We managed to get a table right away. Moose was being very quiet and the server didn't seem to notice that my purse was misshapen and lumpy. I stashed Moose and my purse right at my feet under the table and I reached for a menu. Stone-fired grits with roasted red peppers and shallots caught my eye, as did the delicious-sounding goat cheese and wild mushroom omelet. My stomach growled. Thanks to the South, banana and coffee would never be a good enough breakfast ever again. Morning, y'all, the server said. She was a young woman with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, and she poised a pen over a pad. What can I get for you today? Coffee, Ben and I said in unison. We laughed and then Ben's brow rose. Do you know what you want? I nodded. I'd like the grits and goat cheese omelet. Ben smiled. That sounds good for me, too. Could I get that with a side of bacon? Sure. The server took our menus, vanished for a second and reappeared with a coffee pot. She filled our 2 mugs before dashing off again. With our order in, I sat back and surveyed him. I thought about our kisses last night, which had continued until my lips were swollen. He'd been so sweet, walking me to my bedroom door and then saying goodnight before heading off to bed. I really wanted to know if he was still thinking about those kisses, too. Instead of asking, I said, I wonder what Gina's going to have us do for the 3rd task. Ben stirred cream into his coffee. No idea. We've done the love and respect part, the trust and teamwork part, so now we have to prove commitment. Could Ben and I ever have commitment when he didn't believe in marriage? My fingers toyed with the crisp edge of the tablecloth. Good question. If only I had the guts to ask. We made small talk companionably until our food arrived. Suddenly, a woman seated nearby said, "Oh, goodness. Not now." I looked over to see her struggling with her handbag. I figured she must have a stuck zipper or something. I reached for a spoon and took a bite of my grits. They were creamy, well-seasoned, and delicious. I could get very used to eating these. My cell phone rang. It could be Gina, I said, since I normally wouldn't answer my phone in a restaurant. After Ben nodded, I answered, "Hello?" "I believe you have my dog," a woman said. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Moose in my purse as a warm lump against my legs. I held my hand over the phone and whispered, "It's a woman who thinks Moose might be her dog." Ben nodded. "We need verification." I drew in a breath. "What color collar was your dog wearing?" "Purple," she said. "Actually, he wasn't wearing a collar," I said, feeling suspicious. "May I ask why you didn't put up flyers?" "I did, but Atlanta's a big place. I guess he got a good distance from my house." My heart sank. That could be true, I supposed. "What's his name?" I asked. "Spot," she said, cheerfully. I peeked under the table. "Hey, Spot." Moose's little head popped out of the purse, that big doggy grin on his face. Spot? Why had he answered to the name when he didn't have a spot on him at all? "How did you lose him?" I asked. "I was taking him to the park to play. When we got there he jumped right out of the car and chased after this little girl's dog. I did my best to catch him, but it was too late. He's really fast." "Your ad says that there's a reward?" I blinked. "Yes, there's a reward for clues to finding the dog's home. But I've never heard of an owner wanting a reward." I covered the phone with one hand again. "Does that seem odd to you?" Ben's forehead creased. "It seems like getting her dog back would be reward enough. We should meet her in person to see how Moose reacts to her." I sighed. I'd been rescuing dogs for a long time and there was nothing better than getting a dog back to its rightful home. But this did not feel right. I was suddenly seized with the urge to haul Moose out of Atlanta as fast as I could and keep him forever. "We're flying out of state today, but we're not sure what time. I'll call you back to give you a time and a meeting place." "Sound good?" The woman agreed and we hung up. My appetite had faded despite the delicious fragrance of goat cheese, mushroom, and garlic floating up from my plate of eggs. At the next table over, the woman with the bag made a loud hushing sound that caught my attention. I looked over at her. She continued eating her breakfast, but she wore a frown. Weird. What if Moose really is her dog? I asked. He added a dash of salt to his eggs. Then we have to give him back. She sounded odd, I said, scooping up a forkful of the omelet, which was fluffy and light and held a hint of heated spices. I just want to make sure she is his real owner and that she'll be good to him. Ben reached across the table and held my hand. We'll screen her and make sure she's good, or we won't hand him over. Okay, I agreed, but in an odd way it felt like my family was breaking up. Not that Ben, Moose, and I were a family. But I'd become attached to them both, and soon enough it would all be over. I watched as Ben traced a circle across the back of my hand. My heart sank. I hope it will all be fine, I said, a lump forming in my throat. All of a sudden, the woman with the bag let out a startled cry, and then a large black cat jumped out of her bag and launched itself across the floor of the restaurant. Adrenaline pumped through me as my own bag wriggled. I grabbed for my bag, but it was too late. Moose broke free and took off running after the cat, which shot a few hisses Moose's way and then proceeded to speed up a chair and onto a table. An outraged patron, whose breakfast was now invaded by kitty feet, let out a wild shout. That shout only spurred the cat on, and Moose chased after him. I sat there, too stunned to move. Moose! Ben shouted and then chased after him. Moose chased after the cat. The cat's owner dashed after all of them, shrieking something about Mr. Fluffykins having bad manners. I got out of my seat as Moose made a fast lap coming toward me as he chased Mr. Fluffykins, who decided to use the tables as his preferred means of avoiding capture. As Moose flew by, I reached out and caught him. He squirmed and barked happily in my arms, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The cat's owner cried out, "Mr. Fluffykins! How could you?" The cat climbed up the back of a stunned patron and perched himself on the man's shoulder, licking a paw like he was totally unconcerned about the whole ruckus he just caused. The owner snatched Mr. Fluffykins off the patron's shoulder and cuddled him. The manager steamed up to us. "Did you not see the signs out front? We don't let pets in here anymore. We haven't since last week." No. I hadn't seen the sign, but I also hadn't known they had ever let pets in. I just didn't want poor Moose to be stuck home alone all morning. "What sign?" "I didn't see any sign," Mr. Fluffykins's owner said. Ben gestured to the owner. "We're really sorry. Either the signs aren't out there or they're not in a spot where they're very visible. I bet that lawn guy moved them again." He groaned, slapping his hands together. "Okay, I have to clear this up." While Ben paid our bill, Mr. Fluffykins sat nestled in his owner's arms, giving Moose a triumphant look as he was taking out the door ahead of us. I gave the area outside a cursory look. The sign was there, and quite visible. Oops. Ben draped his arm around my shoulder. "You're becoming quite the criminal this weekend." "I'm just looking out for Moose." My spirits dropped even lower as I set Moose down and let him sniff the bushes. What if we're sending Moose back to a bad home? He pulled me into a hug, pressing his mouth against the side of my head. I meant what I said about not letting him go back if it's a bad home. Okay? We won't let the woman have him if things don't seem right. Okay, I said, feeling somewhat mollified. But his words brought me back to the question that had been going around my brain ever since Ben had kissed me last night. How could Ben and I be right for each other when he didn't even believe love could last? At 8 o'clock, we arrived at the Botanical Garden, which was tucked into a neat little pocket of Atlanta's busiest section. The building, a rounded and stunning expanse of dun-colored concrete and what looked like thousands of windows, stood proudly over spreading gardens I could smell, if not yet see. Gina Larson, a tall and imposing woman with a head full of perfectly groomed silver hair and a wide smile, stood at the entrance of the Botanical Garden, right where she'd agreed to meet us. We approached her and she cried out, "Jill!" I flinched, still uncomfortable pretending to be someone else. but I managed my brightest smile. "Hi, Gina." Gina gave me a quick hug and stepped back. "You look so different. I can't tell you how happy I am that your grandma invited me to be part of your engagement." She turned her attention to Ben. "You must be Ryan." Ben smiled. "I've been called that a time or two." My phone beeped. Thinking it might be Moose's alleged owner, I pulled it from my purse. "I'm sorry. I have to check this." Gina nodded and turned to Ben. "Well, Ryan, I am glad to see that the two of you have made it this far in the process, and I sure hope you make it the rest of the way, too." Jill's grandma would have wanted to be here to see her grandbaby marry the man of her dreams. "I'm sure she'll be there in spirit," he said, which I thought was very sweet. I checked the text, which turned out to be from Avery. Red alert. "Jill broke down and cried this morning. She's worried you guys won't make it back in time, and she's talking about canceling the wedding." My shoulder muscles tightened. Time was ticking way too fast. We had to get that clue, get the charm, and get back to Sacramento before the wedding tonight. Poor Jill. Nobody should be this stressed out right before they got married. I sent Avery a quick text, try to keep her calm and tell her I'm on it. We're only one task away. I will get this wedding charm to her in time no matter what it takes. I slipped my phone back into my purse. "It's so nice to see you, Gina, but we really have to get this task done. Our plane is set to leave soon and we'd be heartbroken if we didn't get the wedding charm in time." Jill?" Ben gestured to a white sign outside the gardens, which showed a picture of a dog with a red circle around it and a giant X over the dog. "Dogs aren't allowed in the gardens." I clutched Moose tightly. "We can't leave him in the car when it's this hot outside, and we don't have time to take him back to Jill's, my grandma's house. Plus, you know how stressed he gets when he's not with us. I can't abandon him when he's already had a hard weekend," I said, realizing I was starting to panic a little. "Okay, a lot." Gina put a hand on my arm. "Don't worry, dear. You aren't going into the gardens. I just had you meet me at the entrance because I volunteer here today." "We're not going into the gardens? Where are we going then?" I asked. Gina dipped a hand into the pocket of her slacks and drew out an envelope. "This will explain everything. I'm sure you'll have no problem locating the charm. That is, if you really are committed to being married forever." "Oh, we are," Ben said, his tone resolute. "We definitely are." I glanced at Ben, my stomach doing a little flip, wishing our words were true. I'd been in love with this guy my whole life. If only he believed in marriage. I took the envelope from Gina. "Thank you for your help." "You are most welcome." Gina's eyes held a light dancing in them that gave me a minute's pause. Then she smiled. Her hand came down between Moose's ears and she gave him a scratch. "Don't worry, you're headed to a dog-friendly place so your buddy here will have a good time," she said, then headed into the entrance. After waving goodbye, I handed Moose to Ben, ripped open the envelope, and pulled out a single sheet of paper, which read, "Dear Jill, if you've come this far to retrieve the wedding charm, then you must have love and respect in your relationship, and trust and teamwork. But commitment means staying true to each other even when marriage seems impossible. And, believe me, it does at times. For this final task, you must go to the Don Carter State Park on Lake Lanier. You'll have to row across the lake and find the old oak tree with the hanging moss and the twist in the trunk that looks like a lady's face. I'm afraid you may find this last task quite difficult, but if you're committed to marriage, then you'll succeed. Hugs and kisses. Grandma." My jaw sagged open. We have to row across Lake Lanier? I don't even know where that is. Ben tapped the screen on his cell phone a few times, then looked up at me. It's about 45 minutes from here. We'd better get going if we're going to make it in time. We have to make it in time, I said, breaking into a sprint. We ran all the way to the car. Moose yipped happily as I climbed into the passenger seat. Ben turned to me as he started the engine. We'll have to rent a boat. Can you kayak? Sure, I said, even though I'd never kayaked in my entire life. Though I had no experience, getting across that lake was my only option. I had to prove that Ben and I were committed, big time. My stomach danced at the thought of walking down the aisle toward Ben. I shook my head emphatically as we zoomed down the street. I meant that I'd prove Jill and Ryan were committed big time. We'd get this wedding charm for them, hop on the plane, and fly back in time for the wedding. I hoped. Chapter 10. My nerves were on edge the entire ride to Don Carter State Park. It was still early in the morning, but we had to get to the airport and on the private jet by noon. The flight was a 5-hour deal and Jill's wedding was set to begin at 6 o'clock California time. It would be quite a drive from the lake to the airport, especially if there was traffic. We had to find the wedding charm quickly, which meant getting across the lake in a big hurry and returning to Atlanta. No pressure. My brain kept trying to calculate how much time we had, but there were too many variables with traffic and such. Our safest bet would be to get the charm within 1 hour, and that meant we had no time for mistakes. Was an hour even enough time? I'd never been this stressed in my life. We're here, Ben said, as we arrived at the state park right on the shores of a vast and shimmering lake. The lake, a wide expanse of water shaded blue and green, spread along for miles. There was not a single house along those shores. We parked and got out of the car. Where do we start? I put on my sunglasses as the sun beat down hot and thick. Tall rows of trees ringed the lake's perimeter. So many trees and so little time. Let's get a closer look. Ben slipped his hand around mine, which felt easy and natural as we walked toward the lake. Visitors were everywhere. It was hot and the lake seemed to be a popular place. There were people standing on paddleboards, sitting in kayaks, and paddling merrily along the lake's slightly choppy surface. Even more people lounged on towels or in lawn chairs, some with umbrellas over them. Music played from radios, a half-dozen different songs all rising into the warm, still air. That's a big lake, Ben said. Yeah, that about sums it up. I surveyed it with a groan while Moose danced happily around my feet, tugging on the leash. I wish Gina had given us a better clue. Do you think we could walk the edge of the lake and find that tree? Ben paused a second. Jill's grandma said we had to row across the lake to find it, so maybe we can spot the tree once we're on the water. I wish she'd given us a map. I sighed. Moose pranced and barked as ducks flew off the surface of the lake and over our heads. Well, we need a boat. Ben gestured to our right. There's a place to rent kayaks and canoes. We hurried along the curving trail. The red and white striped dress I'd put on this morning felt light in the heat, but I'd had no idea we'd be going out on a kayak. Oh, why hadn't I worn a tank top and a pair of shorts? Ben wore jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, and I knew he had to be feeling the heat as well. We stopped at the building that had the sign, Rentals. The building had a wide window. A tall guy with blonde hair and a tanned face stood behind the window. Ben turned to me. Maybe we'd be better off getting a canoe. We could both row and we might be able to get around the edge of the lake faster. Sorry, we're all out of kayaks and canoes, the man said. Not one left? I asked, watching him shake his head. My heart sank. I cast a look at the lake. It was crowded with people on kayaks and inner tubes and all manner of floating things. Is there someone scheduled to return a kayak or canoe soon? I asked. The guy checked the black book in front of him and shook his head. Nope, sorry. Not for 2 more hours. What are we going to do? I turned to Ben, wanting to cry as Moose leaned against my legs. I dragged air into my lungs, trying to think. We don't have 2 hours to wait. We'll never get to the wedding charm in time. Is she okay? The guy asked, giving me a strange look. She's a city girl, and it's her first trip to the lake. Ben slipped his arm around me and pulled me against him. My heart was in turmoil, but his hug gave me a bit of reassurance. Getting the wedding charm might seem hopeless if I were on my own, but maybe as a team we could win. He pressed a kiss to my temple. Can you paddleboard, honey? No, I admitted, feeling like the worst fake fiancé ever. I couldn't kayak, canoe, or paddleboard. I had no idea why I was being honest at that point and not trying to fake my skills. I guess risking my life in an attempt to paddleboard was where I drew the line. Ben pointed to a small blue plastic contraption, leaning against the building. What is that? The guy hung his head out the window and looked where Ben pointed. That is a pedal boat and it's our last one. I blinked. Did you say pedal or paddle boat? Pedal, the guy said, grimacing. If you don't mind bicycling, then you'll love it. That's a good choice for you, he said, although his expression did nothing to convince me. You good on a bike? Ben asked. I clutched his hand. Yes. My spin class instructor says I'm the best in the class. Do you bike? He grinned. As often as I can. He turned to the rental guy. We'll take the pedal boat. I shot Ben a look of triumph. It will seat the 2 of us, right? Oh, yes. But you have to wear life vests, the guy said, leaning out the window to look at Moose. He'll need one, too. We rent human life vests, but not dog vests. A dog vest? Are you serious? I clutched the hair on either side of my head. It seemed like every time we got an edge, then a new obstacle popped up. Moose whined, clearly sensing my anxiety. But we don't have a dog vest and we have to get across the lake right now. The guy raised his hands in the air. You know what? I didn't bring Spicy, my dog, with me today. She's about your dog's size. You can borrow her vest if you promise to bring it back. Ben pulled out his wallet. We promise. We'll pay to rent it, too. Nah, I like dogs. The guy grinned, shaking his head. You just get your wife on the lake so she'll start smiling again. I was going to correct him that I wasn't Ben's wife, but instead I smiled and thanked him. I liked being called Ben's wife. If only that were a possibility. Sigh. 20 minutes later, I figured out why the rental guy had been so odd about the pedal boat. Because it was a super wobbly thing. It did have the ability to seat 4 people on its 2 bench seats, so Ben and I sat side by side in the front seat, both of us working the pedals at the bottom of the boat as fast as we could, even though we barely seemed to be going anywhere. It turned out that pedaling this boat was so not at all like spin class. In addition, the only thing this pedal boat had in common with a bike was the pedals. The boat didn't have a paddle or a steering wheel either. We'd figured out that we had to lean in the direction in which we were trying to go, then pedal hard, and hope for the best. This was just a sad excuse for a boat. I was sweating like mad, and regretting my wardrobe choice all over again. Moose rode on the front part of the boat like the world's cutest figurehead, and he kept trying to lap at the water in between wild dashes toward the birds flying overhead. We have to go to the right, Ben instructed. I am leaning right, Captain. I leaned further to the right just as Moose leapt after a bird and right off the boat. I gripped his leash, but the line was too long. He splashed down into the water. I panicked and threw my body in his direction. Moose! We need balance, Sarah! Ben shouted, reaching toward me. Come here, boy! I yelled, brushing Ben off, because I had to save our beloved foster dog. Moose looked pathetic with his head barely above water and his tail moving from side to side in the doggy version of a rudder. His little paws broke the surface and then went down again as he paddled. Suddenly, panic slammed into me. What if he drowned? I leaned further toward him and the boat rocked big time. I still couldn't reach him, though. I scooted to the very edge of the seat and leaned over a little more. Just as he seemed within my grasp, the boat tipped hard to the right and then flipped over, throwing me face first into the lake. The warm, silky water enveloped me, going into my mouth, down my throat, and up my nose. Little fish swam past me as I kicked and flailed my way to the surface. I came up sputtering and gasping, pushing my long dark hair out of my eyes. Sarah! Ben shouted. I wanted to answer, but all I could do was cough out the lake water, hoping those fish would stay away from me. They seriously gave me the willies. Ironically, Moose chose that moment to paddle over to me and lick my cheek. I looked over my shoulder to see Ben and the boat sliding away on the current. I grabbed Moose by his floating device to keep him from being swept away. Ben hung onto the overturned boat and swung his gaze in my direction. Sarah, are you okay? Just groovy, I called out, as something slimy brushed by my ankle. I shuddered. I do not love pedal boats. A relieved expression crossed his handsome features. Let's move toward the shore a bit to get out of this current. He gripped a handle on the boat, yanking it out of the strongest part of the current. I need your help to get it upright. We have to hurry! I shouted, swimming toward him with Moose. When I got over to Ben, we managed to right the boat. He put Moose up in the boat, then he commanded him to stay in a firm voice that made him sound parental. If I weren't so freaked out about the time, I would have swooned. Now that we were in shallow water, I stood and my sundress clung to my body. I'd also lost a sandal. Ben held the boat while I climbed up. I held both sides to keep it from rocking while he got back in the boat. Once in his seat again, he grinned at me. Well, at least we're cooler. That is a very thin silver lining, I said, but couldn't help cracking a smile. He looked so cute and funny with his hair all slicked back and his shirt dripping water. He shook his head. I can't believe you tipped us over. Me either. I laughed, then bit my lip. I was too focused on catching Moose. He was wearing a life jacket, honey. He smiled, then cupped my face in his hands. Before I knew what was happening, his mouth came down on mine in a slow, sweet kiss. His lips warmed mine and I felt tipsy enough to knock the boat over again. The birds sang from the trees and I breathed in the scent of pine as my mouth opened for a deeper kiss. Ben's taste was familiar and welcome. We'd arrived in Atlanta as competitors and somehow this southern city had brought us together. It hit me then, how hard I'd fallen for Ben. I'd had a crush on him forever, and somehow this weekend I'd fallen completely in love with him. But we had a job to do, so I regretfully pulled away. We have to find the charm, I whispered, staring into his beautiful eyes. I know. He brushed his knuckle along my jawline, studying my face a moment more, making me feel beautiful, which was saying something considering I was drenched in lake water. We started off again, pedaling like mad, until my clothes had nearly dried. All the trees looked alike to me, but none seemed to have a twist in the trunk that looked like a lady's face. I feared that we'd already passed the tree we were supposed to find, and that we might need to loop back. I opened my mouth to suggest turning around. Does that look like a lady's face to you? Ben asked. Where? I squinted in the direction where he pointed. The trees clustered thick along the lake, and many of them had long sweeps of grayish-green moss dangling from their limbs. One, though, had the unmistakable shape of a lady's face. It does, I said, my voice trembling. We found the tree. My heart raced. I may not have destroyed Jill's wedding after all. We'd found the tree, and now we were the closest we'd ever been to finding the wedding charm. We pulled the boat up against the deserted jut of shoreline. Then we jumped off into the shallow water and brought the boat up to the tree. Ben tied the boat off and I let Moose off his leash to run around while we inspected the tree. The wedding charm has to be right around here, I said, gazing around and noticing how quiet it was here. Ben nodded, fingering his chin. Unless Jill's grandma had a wicked sense of humor and left another task for us. Don't even joke about that, I said, my heart rate kicking up a notch at the mere thought of more tasks. I walked around the tree again, looking for a clue. There were no knotholes or anything obvious. The ground around the tree was rampant with wildflowers and tall grass as well as a pile of rocks right at the water's edge. Where could the wedding charm be? My phone rang, invading the silence. Wondering who could be calling me right now, I hurried to the boat and pulled my phone out of the waterproof pouch. The screen read Avery Summers. Hello? I answered, bending to examine a pile of rocks by the tree, hoping the charm might be buried somewhere under the pile. I lifted a rock, peering beneath. Nothing. Sarah! Avery's voice was high and nervous. My landlord just told me I had to move out tonight. He was supposed to give me another week, but he just came by and said I only have until this evening. What should I do? First, try to calm. You don't understand. I picked up the bridesmaid dresses this morning from Jill's and she's hanging on by a very thin thread. If I have to miss the wedding, she'll be crushed. If I didn't find this charm in the next few minutes, there wasn't going to be a wedding. But I didn't think mentioning that would help Avery. I started pacing. I'm so sorry, Avery. Can't he let you stay until the end of the week like he promised? No, Avery said, sighing. I asked already, but the man is relentless. But that's not even the worst news. I felt the blood drain from my face. What is worse than that? Jill just called and she's supposed to leave for her mani/petty appointment. But she's ranting that she won't get the charm in time and that her wedding is doomed. She's considering calling the whole thing off. You have to get back here now and stop her, even if you don't have the wedding charm. But we're so close, I stared at the lady's face on the tree, grunting in frustration. What if someone had stolen the wedding charm? I knew it was sentimental, but I hadn't heard if it was monetarily valuable or not. Avery, tell your landlord you're not moving out today. Then take Jill to her nail appointment and assure her that we will be back with the wedding charm in time for the wedding. Bye. With 2 hands free again, I picked up another rock, but there was nothing under that rock either. Moose stuck his head in my way, sniffing eagerly. If only he were a dog who had been taught to smell out treasures during a search. Ben walked around the tree again, studying each branch carefully. Finally, he stopped and looked at me, shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head. Look, I know finding the wedding charm may seem impossible. I grabbed his hands and squeezed them as I stared into his eyes. But we've come this far and I know that you and I can do this together. We are committed to finding the wedding charm no matter what, just like Jill's grandma said in the letter. Nothing will stop us. Right? The corner of his mouth hitched up. Agreed. Okay, good. I dropped to my knees and parted small patches of flowers. My eyes widened, hoping to see a freshly dug spot. But nothing was there. Now if I were a wedding charm, where would I hide? Somewhere in plain sight would be nice. Ben turned over a rock and then dug through the grass on his hands and knees. Moose began barking nonstop from behind us. Ben came up next to me, nudging my shoulder. He seems as stressed as we are. Moose, quiet down so we can think. I stood, steadying myself since one foot felt slightly higher than my other one. I glanced down at the one sandal I still wore, having forgotten I'd lost the other in the lake earlier. I kicked the last one off, which seemed more practical balance-wise. Too bad. They were cute, too. The soft muddy ground gave below my feet and my toes sank into the shoreline as Moose's continued barking raised my stress a notch. Moose, stop. Ben called as he pushed to his feet. Then his brows rose. What's he got? Huh? I turned to see Moose stuff his nose under a bed of flowers. Then his head popped up and a dirty but shiny gold box dangled from his mouth. My breath caught in my throat. No way. Moose trotted over, dropped the box at our feet, and then sat down on his rump, clearly pleased with himself. It can't be, I said, my voice shaky as I stared down at the glittery box. Ben glanced over at me. I think it is, though. We both bent to pick it up at the same time. Our heads knocked together and we both cried out in pain. I started laughing, even though it had hurt. Ben picked up the box, giving Moose an affectionate pat on the head. Ben brushed the dirt off the box and then handed it to me. My heart fluttered in my chest. He'd given the prize to me and the gesture spoke volumes. We weren't on opposing sides anymore. We were a team. I smiled at him and then lifted the top, revealing a red velvet box. I opened the box and inside was a magnolia-shaped brooch with delicate brushed petals and a bright gold-colored pearl in the center. The wedding charm was so utterly perfect that it took my breath away. There's a piece of paper folded in the box, Ben said, lifting it out and handing it to me. I unfolded the paper and read the words aloud. Dearest Jill, you're the last member of the family to get married. Since you're reading this, I know that you're ready for marriage. It takes a lot to love someone, to commit to them, and trust them enough to go through life together. You won't always agree. You won't always like the same things. But as long as you love each other, are committed to making it work, and trust each other enough to work together through thick and thin, then you can have a long and happy marriage. Since you've passed my tasks, I know your relationship encompasses all of these things and I give you my blessing to wear my beloved wedding charm. May your marriage be as wonderful as mine and may it last for eternity. All my love. Grandma. Oh, that's so beautiful. I sighed, feeling all of the love and romance of marriage. We'd better get to the airport if we want to get that charm back to California in time, Ben said, looking up at the sun before he picked up Moose and headed back to the boat. A stab of pain pierced my heart, but I hurried to the boat and jumped on as he pushed us off the bank and into water. We had found the wedding charm and I was thrilled for Jill. But Ben's response to the letter had just reminded me that he didn't believe in marriage, which meant that whatever he and I had while we were here in Atlanta was now over. Chapter 11. 2 hours later, the sunlight had taken on a thick lemon-yellow color and insects sang in the grass as I paced across the front porch of Jill's grandmother's house. The street was quiet and the heat factor was high, but here in the shade of the porch it was a bit cooler. I was waiting for Ben to return from a quick trip to the office that he claimed was necessary. I knew he had to justify the company jet, but still. The wedding was in less than 8 hours and we had to get to the airport and fly across the country. My heels clattered against the wood and I shot a look at the street again, hoping to see Ben's car coming around the curve and into the driveway. No dice. Our suitcases sat by the front door and I paced back and forth in front of them. Moose was tied up to the front post and napping. The charm was safely tucked away. The only thing missing was Ben. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement and swung my gaze to the left. From up the street, Miss Ella came ambling along the sidewalk. She pressed the code for the gate, which opened and she came through. "Miss Ella? What are you doing here?" I asked, coming down the steps. "Thank goodness you're still here." She clutched something in her hand and my brows came together. What could she possibly have for me now? We had done all of the tasks and we had to get to the airport pronto, a notion Ben didn't seem to be grasping well enough. Surely she didn't have a new task for us. A jolt of panic surged through me. "What's going on?" I asked. "Something huge, I'm afraid, Jill." She stopped in front of me, waving a paper in the air that looked oddly familiar. Or should I say, Sarah Carlton? My entire body froze. Oh, no. I stared at the dog flyer of Moose that we'd printed, trying to find his rightful owner, the same flyer we'd posted around the neighborhood. It hadn't even occurred to me that Miss Ella would see one of them. My stomach clenched and nausea came up my throat. I can explain." "You'd better have a good explanation," Miss Ella said. "Because I don't know who you are or how you know Jill, and I sure can't let my dear friend's wedding charm leave here in the hands of someone who doesn't understand its significance." I dropped my chin to my chest. We were caught. There was no way around it. Yes, my name really is Sarah Carlton. I bit my lip, my stomach roiling over having lied to sweet Miss Ella. "I'm Jill's maid of honor." She had family in town in Sacramento for the wedding, so I offered to fly to Atlanta to pick up the wedding charm from her grandma's house. Ben is Ryan's best man and he flew out to help, too. But when we got here, the charm wasn't where she said it would be. Just a note from her grandma saying she had to perform certain tasks to get the wedding charm. Miss Ella crossed her arms. "Go on." Tears of guilt and frustration blurred my vision and I swiped at my eyes. "Don't you see? There was no time for Jill to fly out here and do these unexpected tasks. Ben and I didn't know what else to do, so we pretended to be Jill and Ryan. I'm sorry we lied to you, but we only had our best friend's interests at heart." Miss Ella sniffed. "Well, I can't in good conscience let you take the wedding charm. Jill's grandma made these tasks for a good reason." "Please don't say that." I clasped my hands together and stepped toward her. "Jill and Ryan have done nothing wrong. If you knew them, you would know immediately how perfect they are for each other. They are crazy in love, they have 100% love and respect, trust and teamwork, and they're deeply committed to each other. It's the kind of commitment I want in my own life someday." Miss Ella's eyes rounded. "What about you and, what was the real name of the false fiancé again?" My cheeks heated. "Ben Atkins." "Yes, Ben." She nodded, handing me the flyer that she'd found. "Even my old eyes can see that you two are a team. You're both kind, too, searching for a lost dog's owner when you already had a sham to prove believable." "Yes, but it's obvious to anyone with eyes that you and Ben are in love. Plus, you completed all 3 of the tasks very well. So, why are you saying you hope to have that kind of commitment someday? Don't you already have that kind of relationship with Ben?" "Relationship?" I blinked, knowing that Ben and I had been pretty good actors, but the jig was up. We'd just been pretending. Okay, maybe we'd exchanged a few amazing kisses. And maybe I had feelings for him. He'd admitted he'd wanted to kiss me since high school, but he'd never said how he felt about me. Ben and I were just acting like we were engaged, but we're not even a couple, I said, my voice turning into an incredulous squeak. Moose lifted his head, stretched, then trotted over to us. He nudged Miss Ella's leg with his nose. She gave Moose an absent pat. You can't fool me, Sarah. You two are in love and have what it takes to make a lasting marriage. I should know. I've seen a lot of marriages that lasted, and a lot that didn't. I know the difference. My heart squeezed. I pressed my hands to my cheeks, knowing that I owed it to Miss Ella to tell her the truth. I'm in love with Ben, I said, admitting it aloud for the first time. But he doesn't believe in marriage. His parents got divorced when he was young, so he thinks marriage never lasts. He's not going to change his mind. Her eyes narrowed. What are you willing to do for the wedding charm? Anything, I said, fervently. Okay, then. She smiled, giving me a pat on the arm. You must tell Ben how you feel about him. Then I will believe you about Jill and Ryan's relationship. But only if you declare your love to Ben. That would show me you understand true love and how important it is. Ben chose that moment to drive through the gate and park beside the porch. I looked from Ben's surprised expression in the driver's seat to the firm expression on Miss Ella's face. I gulped. Right now? I mean, we have to catch a flight and I don't have time to pour my heart out to him in the car, not without wrecking our chance to get the charm back in time for the wedding. Miss Ella enveloped me in a hug. I believe you to be an honest person, despite the way you've lied and fooled everyone in your hunt for the wedding charm. I'd probably do the very same thing for my best friend, so I can't hold that against you. If you promise you will tell him how you feel, then I will believe you and let you take the wedding charm. Time froze. Conflicting emotions washed through me as Miss Ella tightened her arms around me. I squeezed her back, debating my two options. And failing to bring home the wedding charm wasn't really an option, which only left me one. I watched Ben get out of the car and head toward us. My heart thumped in my chest as I pulled back. I'll tell him, Miss Ella. I promise, I said. She nodded. If you don't, then Jill's marriage will be tainted by you breaking your word. Yikes! Miss Ella really knew how to lay on a guilt trip. Hello, Miss Ella. Ben gave her a smile, not knowing the fate she just sealed for me. He grabbed both of our suitcases off the porch. Honey, we'd better get going if we're going to catch that flight. Okay, I said, my emotions strained as I gathered up Moose and gave a final wave to Miss Ella. I climbed into the passenger seat and looked over at Ben. He met my gaze with a smile, then put the car into drive and roared down the street. My heart gave another hard thump. I turned and watched Jill's grandma's house until it was out of sight. It hit me what this weekend had meant to me. I loved Ben, and had for a long time. I didn't want to lose him. As we pulled into the municipal airport parking lot, I spotted the executive jet sitting on the tarmac. My nerves hit fever peak. Jill's wedding was in 6 hours. On top of that, I had to keep my promise to tell Ben that I loved him. Miss Ella said that would show her that I understood true love was important. Lot of good that would do my heart when Ben shot me down and confirmed he still would never believe in marriage. I sighed, spotting a man standing next to the fence, which was where we'd instructed Moose's owner to meet us. The man had on jeans, an Atlanta Falcons jersey, a baseball cap turned backward, and a wide smile. Except the man was supposed to have been a woman. Moose whined impatiently. I patted his head. I know, boy. No worries, okay? Ben put the car in park and turned to me with a frown. I thought a woman had called you. Yeah, me too. I nodded, getting out of the car. I'd given plenty of wonderful dogs back to their owners, but I had a very bad feeling about this one. As Ben got our bags from the trunk, I walked over to the man. He nodded to me. "Hey, there. I'm here for the dog. My dog." I lifted Moose, holding him against my chest. "A woman called me." A line formed between his brows. "No, that was me. I have a highly pitched voice sometimes." Okay. "I'm sorry, but if this is your dog, then wouldn't he want to come to you?" The guy paused a moment. "Come here, Spot." Moose didn't make a move. Not even when the guy extended a hand toward him. I took a retreating step. "What's your name, sir?" I asked. "Harold Wilson, at your service, ma'am." "I'd kiss your hand, but you're holding Spot." Ben set our bags down beside me and cleared his throat. "First, don't talk about kissing my fiancé's hand. Second, we need proof that the dog is yours." Harold clapped his hands. "Oh, sure. How about you put him down and let me play with him for a minute? That'll convince you." "He doesn't seem to know you," I offered. Harold sighed. "Yeah, he's probably holding a grudge that I lost him. That's why he's not too happy with me right now. Not his fault, just his nature. It'll take a minute for him to warm back up to me, I guess." Ben crossed his arms. "For proof, I'm thinking photos." Harold tugged at his cap. "See, that's where the story gets real tragic. I lost my phone on the way here. All my pictures of us are on there." "Right. What's the name of your vet?" I asked. "We'll call them to vouch for you." Harold yanked his hat off his head and sighed deeply. "That's even more tragic. Our vet died, just yesterday. Poor old guy. He ate one too many pieces of Meyer lemon pie and died of acid reflux." My eyes bulged. Was this guy for real? "This is not your dog," I said, my tone on edge. Ben set his hand on the small of my back. "You have no proof that he's your dog. He doesn't seem to know you either. And the weird thing is he's a really friendly pup, and this is the first time he hasn't been happy to meet someone." Harold scratched his head. "I don't know what more I can do. Maybe y'all spoiled him and he's not so happy about having to go home with me to our apartment. That could be why he isn't so happy to see me, but he is mine." "We'd spoiled him? How?" "By making sure he didn't get lost. By giving him a much-needed bath. By feeding him and loving him and..." I gave myself a mental shake. "I'll go on and take him now." Harold reached for Moose. Moose growled. Ben lifted a brow. "I think that says it all. In your defense, I'll say you're confused about things and this is not the dog you thought he was. It's that or you're flat out lying to us." Harold finally shrugged, a grin stretching across his face. "You can't blame me for trying. He's really cute and he came with a reward, so why not? My girlfriend said it would be better if she came after him, but she got hung up at work. I'm still happy to take him off your hands, as long as the reward's being offered." "No way." I clutched Moose even more tightly than I ever had before. "You should be ashamed of yourself. You guys are no fun." Harold flinched, then shuffled back to a beat-up truck. Ben lifted our bags and turned to me. "I guess one more passenger won't hurt. Come on, Moose. We're going home to Sacramento." We dashed to the plane with Moose barking wildly, and I was glad he was safe in my arms. Did this mean that Ben wanted to keep him? Or would he mind if I kept him? As I walked up the steps and into the plane, my mind flew to the two questions. Would we make it to the wedding on time? If so, how would I ever tell Ben that I loved him? Chapter 12. I dashed into the Jeffries Hotel with Moose under my arm and the wedding charm in my purse. Miss Ella's words about tainting Jill's marriage still rang in my ears. I knew I had to talk to Ben. I should have already told him how I felt about him, but I'd fallen asleep shortly after takeoff. When I'd woken up from my much-needed nap, I got my hair and makeup ready for the wedding using the sad little mirror in the airplane bathroom, more like closet. Then I'd hoped to talk to Ben on the way to the hotel, but the town car didn't have a screen between the driver and us, and I didn't feel like spilling my guts with someone eavesdropping from the front seat. As I crossed the lobby of the hotel, Penelope Weaver, the wedding planner, grabbed hold of my arm. She wore a beige linen suit over her thin frame, and her dark hair was pulled back into a severe bun. Thank goodness you're both finally here. Best man, you go that way into the ballroom and stand beside the groom. Go, go, go. Penelope flapped her hands at Ben, before turning to me with a panicked look. Is that a dog? We can't have that. Oh, dear. Ben paused at the edge of the lobby and gave me a long look. My breath caught in my throat. After a weekend together, it felt weird having him go in a different direction. I opened my mouth to tell him I loved him, but having Penelope pulling on my arm killed the moment. So, I gave him a little wave, and then she hustled me down the hall and into a room. I have no idea what to do with that dog. Penelope practically tossed me through the door, her voice rising with each word. Nobody said anything to me about a dog. Dog hair. Everywhere. Where is my lint roller? I held Moose against me. It'll be fine. This isn't what I'm wearing. Penelope moaned. No, but the dog hair could fly onto the bridesmaids' dresses. Or, gasp, the wedding gown. Wedding gown? I spun around to see Jill standing before a full-length mirror and I blinked. She looked elegant and timeless in a strapless, white lace-over charmeuse trumpet gown. After this whirlwind weekend, it felt overwhelming to see the evidence firsthand that my best friend was really getting married. I squealed, raced over to her, and threw my arms around her. You look gorgeous. I can't believe it's your wedding day. Avery, Kristen, and Ginger rushed to my side and simultaneously exclaimed, You made it, Sarah. Penelope clapped her hands together. Step away from the dress. Dog hair, people. Lots of dog hair. Don't panic. I've got my lint roller. I backed away and set Moose down. When Ginger, Kristen, and Avery went to pet him, Penelope let out a terrible shriek that sent Moose dashing under a nearby table. Jill squeezed my hand. Do you have the wedding charm? I bit my lip and nodded. We got it. All four of my friends crowded around me. You're the best bridesmaid ever, Ginger said. Penelope screeched. 3 minutes, people. We only have 3 minutes left to get ready. Someone find the maid of honor her shoes. Oh, where is her dress? Ginger ran across the room and grabbed my heels. The corsage! Jill exclaimed, starting to panic like Penelope was already doing. Oh, no. What did I do with her corsage? It was just right here on the coffee table. Got it, Avery said, taking the corsage from Moose's mouth and holding it up high in a triumphant pose. I didn't have time to say anything else about the charm. Penelope whipped my lavender bridesmaid dress out from a plastic dress bag and presented it with a flourish. We're going to need powder and lots of hairspray. Jill stepped back, brushing a tear off her cheek. I'm so happy you're back, Sarah. I wasn't sure it was going to happen, but this really is my wedding day. My reply was muffled by my dress being thrust over my head. Once I got my face free, Penelope attacked my cheeks with a powder puff. She dabbed it across my nose and then shot a blast of hairspray at my curls, while I managed to slip my feet into the heels. I glanced around at all of us. The lavender bridesmaids' dresses were long and flowing, complementing Jill's wedding gown. Jill's dress was every girl's fantasy come to life, and my heart filled with joy for her even as it hit me hard that I wanted to be a bride too, Ben's bride. Finally, I was ready. I rushed to my purse and pulled out the little red box that held the wedding charm. I held the box out to Jill, who had her hands to her mouth and tears in her eyes. "I can't believe you went all the way to Atlanta to get that for me," she whispered. I smiled. "Oh, it was an adventure I will never forget. I also can't believe my grandma arranged those tasks." Jill shook her head. "Actually, I can. Grandma always was a bit bossy. But she was also a romantic, because she and Grandpa were so happy together." "Did you have to do a lot of tasks to get the wedding charm?" I tilted my head. "Well, we dressed up as ushers to get onto home plate at the Braves baseball park. We crashed a formal and very old-fashioned tea party. We rode across a lake and found a very particular tree. We almost got arrested because a woman thought we were trying to steal her Degas painting. Did I mention we also adopted a dog? I'd also fallen in love with Ben, who didn't believe love could last. And Miss Ella was making me tell him how I felt. But it didn't seem appropriate to mention that last part right now. Finally, I opened the red velvet box, revealing the charm. Your grandma believed that for a marriage to work there has to be love and respect, trust and teamwork, and unwavering commitment. Your relationship with Ryan possesses all of those qualities. You're going to have such a wonderful marriage that lasts forever." Jill let me pin the brooch to her gown, then she cried out, "I need hugs." All of us friends gathered around Jill, forming a circle as we hugged each other tightly through our tears. Penelope wiped her eyes. "Now that you have the wedding charm, let's get you married." I stood outside the ballroom, peeking inside. The aisled seats were covered in sheets of white silk, and at the end of each row were arrangements of lilies and orchids interspersed with baby's breath and a single red rose. A red silk runner ran down the center aisle, and the guests sitting on either side were dressed in their finest formal wear. For a moment, I worried about Moose. It felt weird not having him with me, but I knew he was safe with Penelope's assistant. When I'd refused to leave my sweet dog by himself in the room, she'd ordered her assistant to stay with him so I'd get out the door. In truth, her assistant looked relieved to get a break from Penelope. I knew Moose was in good hands. The scent of the flowers filled the air as the music started, a slow and sedate song that made Jill suck in a long breath. I hugged her tightly. "I knew you and Ryan were going to end up together, even when he stole that promotion from you." Jill laughed. "I think I knew it all the time, too." Penelope waved at me. "It's your turn, Sarah." I gulped, thinking she meant that it was my turn for marriage. Instead, she meant that it was my turn to walk down the aisle. I gave Jill one last hug and then I stepped forward into the vast and lovely ballroom, remembering to keep my steps slow and steady. As I came to the front of the aisle, Ryan stood there, wearing a huge grin. I smiled back at him as I took my place beside the other bridesmaids. I glanced over at Ben and our gazes locked. My chest tightened. There he was, the man I wanted with all my heart, so near and yet so far away from me. The wedding march began and everyone stood, turning toward the back of the room. The flowers sent up their heavenly scent and Ben's gaze held mine as Jill came up the aisle. Her dress swirled around her and her face, obscured just a little by her veil, shined with happiness. Her father gave her to Ryan and then shook Ryan's hand. A hard lump formed in my throat. The music stopped. Kristen crowded a little closer to me as the ceremony began. "It's so romantic," she breathed into my ear. I smiled at her and nodded. It was romantic. I couldn't stop staring at Jill and Ryan as they laughed and spoke their way through their vows, but when I did look away from them, my gaze went straight to Ben. I really wished I hadn't fallen asleep on the plane and that we'd had some time to ourselves once we touched down so I could tell him how I felt about him. Not just because of my promise to Miss Ella either. I wanted to tell him I loved him for me, but I just didn't know how. Even more, I didn't want him to break my heart. After the ceremony, the bridal party took our places in the hallway, waiting to be announced at the reception. I could hear the muted clink of glasses and silverware coming from the ballroom. I also smelled something delicious, probably hors d'oeuvres. My stomach growled as a tuxedoed waiter came by, but I felt desperate to talk to Ben. Penelope had put us in strict lines and ordered us not to move. So, I was stuck on the right side of the hallway while Ben stood on the left. I thought I'd start bawling and totally wreck my makeup when Jill came down the aisle, Ginger gushed. Me, too. Kristen slipped her arm around Ginger, giving her a squeeze. I was panicking a little because I couldn't remember if the mascara was waterproof or not. I wore waterproof mascara for my own wedding. Thank goodness. Avery raised a finger. The mascara is waterproof, but that foundation probably isn't. We all laughed a little. Then I sneaked a peek over Kristen's shoulder at Ben, who stood on the groom's side of the hallway. My nerves stretched tight. There were still a few minutes before we would be announced. Maybe I could whisk him to the end of the hall for a little privacy and then spill my heart out. The tension kept building to tell him, and I had to let it out. I stepped forward, but then hesitated. What would I do when he said what I already knew? That he didn't believe in love and marriage, both of which I wanted with him. Did I really want to hear confirmation of those things after declaring my love? Not exactly. I plucked at my corsage, sending a shower of petals to the floor. I took a deep breath, gathered up my courage. "Excuse me for a second," I said to my friends. My heels had barely hit the center of the hall before Penelope appeared, grabbing my arm and leading me back to my place in line. "We're announcing you soon. Please stay in line." Embarrassed now, I scampered back to my place. Tension laced my neck and shoulders. I chewed my lip as Avery said, "I can't wait to see the reception hall. I'll bet it's stunning." A petite brunette rushed by in bright pink high heels that stood out against her white, satin dress. She looked to be in her late 20s and she carried a massive flower arrangement in her hands. That had to be Katie Ellis from Gold Rush Flowers. Jill had hired her for the wedding and also once before for a Founding Friendships charity fundraiser. She'd apparently done a fabulous job and they'd gone for drinks after, the woman confiding that she'd recently lost her husband in an automobile accident. So sad. I took stock of the distance between Penelope and me, wondering if I could duck for cover behind Katie's flower arrangement. Then I could safely signal Ben and make it down the hallway for a semi-private conversation while I spilled my guts to him. Just then, though, Katie set the arrangement down on a side table and hurried toward the other end of the hall empty-handed. Rats! I decided that the tall and wide framework the flowers rested on would provide some cover. So I ducked around it, determined to get Ben's attention. Just as I reached the other side of the flowers, which, incidentally, smelled like red rose heaven, the door to the reception hall opened and a young blonde woman darted out, grabbed the arrangement, leaving me without cover. Yikes! Penelope marched toward me, so I hopped back in line and twisted my hands together. I just wanted to fulfill my promise to Miss Ella and talk to Ben, get my heart broken, and get back in line before Penelope whipped me upside the head with her wedding planner. Was that really so much to ask? What are you doing? Kristen tapped me on the shoulder. Penelope said we have to stay in line and she looks kind of scary about it. I gave Kristen a pleading look. I just need to talk to Ben for 1 second. It's pretty important. Kristen's brow went up. Oh. It has to do with the wedding charm, I said, which wasn't the entire truth. But not a total lie either. Did I want my friends witnessing my humiliation when I got dumped before officially dating the man I loved? No. I still can't believe you flew to Atlanta. You are an amazing friend, Kristen said. I try. I studied the distance between Ben and me. His gaze met mine. I tried to use the power of my brain to send him a silent message. Meet me at the end of the hall. One of his brows rose. He didn't look like he got the message. Sigh. Didn't he understand meaningful stares? Every woman I knew did. My toe tapped impatiently on the floor. I jerked my head in the direction down the hall, but Ben's attention had been taken away by one of the groomsmen. Just great. Frustrated and upset, I did the next thing that came to mind. I stepped a few paces away from Kristen, heading down the hall a little. I stopped and stared at Ben, hoping to catch his attention again. No luck. I stepped a few more paces and tried again, but the conversation he was in was taking up all his attention. He finally looked up and saw me. I widened my eyes and gestured toward the end of the hall. He stepped forward, but the man he'd been talking to said something and he paused. Then Penelope came back along the hall, hurrying now. The florist followed, carrying more arrangements. My spirits sank when Penelope took up a post nearby, checking her watch and then began coordinating with someone via her earpiece. I just wanted to get it over with now. I wanted to say what I had to say and hear his answer. It was killing me, not knowing if he had fallen in love with me or not. The florist came back out and made her way down the hall to where I had stood by the last arrangement. She paused, giving me a meaningful look. Are you all right? She asked. I smiled at her. Katie Ellis, right? You're the florist? She nodded. Yes, I'm Katie. I couldn't help but notice you seem upset. No, the lie felt like dead weight off my tongue. I was just thinking about weddings. And how Ben wanted zilch to do with having one of his own. A slow smile spread across her face. Weddings are special. I love to attend them because they remind me of my own. Her words hit me hard. She still could say that after suffering the loss of her husband? I admired her strength and wondered where I could get a cup of that. Yes, weddings are definitely special, I said. She smiled at me. You know what I enjoy most about weddings? Seeing all of the people who fall in love at them. Oh, it's romantic watching the bride and groom. Don't get me wrong. But it's so moving to watch couples who are in love finally find the courage to say how they feel about each other, because weddings make them realize just how wonderful marriage can be. It was like she'd seen right inside my head. Who did she think she was, the wedding whisperer? Maybe certain couples shouldn't say how they feel, though. I mean, what if one tells the other they're in love with them and the other person doesn't believe love can last for marriage? Katie fussed with a few flowers. I got married very young. It was a wonderful marriage, too. He passed away last year and... I'm so sorry. My hands flew to my heart. Katie gave me a small nod, then finished straightening the flowers. Ken was actually too shy to tell me how he felt. But I took a chance one day and told him I was madly in love with him. Then he confessed he was in love with me, too. Can you imagine how much love I would have missed out on if I hadn't had the courage to tell him how I felt? That's a good point, I said, giving her a small smile. I understand what you're saying. Good luck. She winked at me and then disappeared with another display of flowers. I didn't want to imagine what I might miss out on if I didn't tell Ben what was in my heart. Even if there was only a very small chance we might work out, I couldn't waste the possibility that it might. More determined than ever, I stepped toward him. Just then, the doors to the reception room flew open and Penelope clapped her hands. The bridal party is being announced now. And I was thrust into the ballroom. After the sit-down dinner at the wedding party table, I glanced around the ballroom, which had been transformed for the reception. Tables were draped with white linen and had been set with fine china and crystal. Stunning centerpieces of lavender flowers crowned every table, and their aroma filled the cool air. A dance floor had been set up in the center of the room, and I knew they were getting ready for the first dance. Are you okay? Kristen laced her arm through mine and guided me toward our table. You seem distracted tonight. I'm fine. I shot a look over my shoulder and saw Ben headed for the other side of the room and away from me. Sigh. If you say so, she said, giving me a look that showed she knew better. We took our seats and flutes of champagne were set down in front of us. I lifted my glass and took a bubbly sip. Then I spotted Ben standing at a table nearby. I have to talk to Ben about something real quick. I'll be right back. Kristen patted my arm. Better hurry. I think they're about to announce Jill and Ryan's first dance. Just as I stood, the DJ announced Jill and Ryan. I sat back in my chair, applauding with everyone else as the bride and groom swept to the center of the room on a wave of good cheer and happiness. Music began, the first notes of Lost in Love by Air Supply. I watched as Ryan took Jill into his arms, knowing they had first met at Kristen and Ethan's wedding and that they had danced to this song. Avery leaned my way. They're so good together. They really are, I said, and then my gaze flew to Ben. I believed he and I could be good together, too, if only he had faith that marriage could last forever. I remembered something then. How did it go with your landlord today? Do you need to stay with me? Avery shook her head. You know what? I stood up to my landlord. I said it wasn't fair that he changed the terms and that he was basically making me homeless because it was more convenient for him. I told him I'm a human being and I need the time he originally offered. And he agreed to it. I guess good things can happen when you speak up. That's wonderful, Avery. Good for you. I gave her a hug, feeling proud of her. Katie had spoken her mind and then had a wonderful marriage. Avery had done the same and was able to keep her place for now. I wanted to tell Ben what I felt for him or I would never know what could happen with us. The father-daughter dance started. I lifted the flute of champagne and sipped the bubbly liquid, trying to gather my courage and get past whatever obstacle might be waiting for me next. The music changed again. The DJ announced that it was time for the bridal party to come to the dance floor. This was the moment I'd been dreading since I found out Ben was the best man. Only now I was more nervous than ever, but for totally different reasons. Ben came over to me, his gaze fastened to mine. He looked so handsome in his formal suit and tie and with his hair brushed back from his forehead. I felt a little dizzy just looking at him. He held his hand out. May I have this dance? Yes. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest as our hands met, and he helped me from my seat. This was the moment where I could talk to him. He spun me out onto the floor and I laughed. Then a slow song came on and he led me gently as we swayed back and forth. One of his hands rested lightly on the small of my back and the other held my hand. I closed my eyes, letting the sheer romance of this dance fill me. Can you believe all the crazy things we did to get that wedding charm? I asked. He chuckled. When the two of us set our mind to do something, nothing can stop us. I knew he was just being funny, as always, but his words filled me with tension. I actually believed he and I could do anything together. I bit my lip. We sure fooled a lot of people into thinking we're in love. I held my breath, hoping he would say that we really were in love. Anticipation and hope and fear climbed inside me, making me dizzy. I guess we did, Ben replied, then twirled me around. When I came back into his arms, I drew a ragged breath. I looked over at Jill and Ryan dancing together, and they made love look so simple. Jill had taken off the veil and her hair was sliding out of the pins in her updo. Ryan held her tight and they both wore wide and happy smiles as they held each other and danced to the slow beat of the song. They were the sheer embodiment of love and joy. I want that someday. I nodded in their direction and watched Ben glance their way. I want everything they have, but I'm not sure I ever will. He held me more tightly. Why can't you have that? I'd never know if I didn't tell him. Avery and Katie had both achieved exactly what they had hoped for by speaking up. Maybe the third time would be the charm. Because I'm in love with you, I whispered, looking up at him. Not fake love for a wedding charm either. I'm really, truly, in love with you. You are? His eyes widened and he blinked a few times as if surprised by my confession. My heart ached in my chest and I tensed, waiting for him to say he was sorry, but he didn't believe in love at all and that he didn't love me back. Tears blurred my vision. It was too late to take back my words, but I was glad that I'd said how I felt. That's good to know. He brushed his fingers against my cheek. Because I've been in love with you for as long as I can remember. To be honest, I think you probably stole my heart when we were 5 and I first caught sight of those gorgeous dimples. Really? I asked, tears of relief falling down my cheeks. I've been so crazy about you, and I was trying to get your attention. I got it, but not in the way I was hoping for. In fact, I was pretty sure you hated me. A small laugh came out of my mouth. I didn't hate you. I just felt like you were always trying to one-up me in everything we did. I've tried to impress you, Sarah. He stared into my eyes, looking almost shy as he admitted this. I've been in love with you even when I didn't want to believe love existed. I couldn't admit it to myself, not until we were in Atlanta and chasing down the wedding charm. Me, too, I whispered. I couldn't admit it until then, either. I don't know how, but Jill's grandma brought us together and made us know how right we are for each other. He stopped dancing. Do you mean that? I nodded. I do. We're perfect for each other. Then maybe now's a good time for me to do this. My heart almost leaped right out of my chest as he pulled a small box from an inside pocket of his jacket. He opened the lid and I stared at what was inside. It was the wedding charm. A platinum magnolia flower with delicate brushed petals, but instead of a pearl in the center there was a diamond, and instead of a brooch it was a ring. My mouth dropped open. When did you get that? In Atlanta this morning, while you were waiting for me to get back from the office. Next door to the office was a jewelry store and that ring was in the window. I saw it and knew it was for you, he said, then dropped down on one knee. The couples surrounding us stopped dancing and formed a ring around us. Whispers, gasps, and exclamations of joy ran through the crowd as my heart pounded in my chest. Ben looked up at me, holding out the ring between his thumb and index finger. Sarah Carlton, if you will marry me then I promise to take you to Atlanta for our honeymoon. We already have a dog of our own, and if you want to rescue 1,000 more, then I'll be up for that, too. I'll promise to love and respect you, to always make trust and teamwork my priority, and to be committed to you always. What do you say? I promise to trust you, love you, and be committed to us, too. Tears ran down my face, but now they were tears of happiness. I would love to marry you. Applause rang out around us. Ben's mouth curved upward. He stood and slid the ring onto my finger and then swept me into his arms for a long, soul-shattering kiss. As we started swaying to the music again, he leaned toward my ear. I sure hope you can somehow work a parasol into our wedding. I laughed. Maybe a degas, too? We'd have to invite Effie May and get her to bring the degas. Then let's do that, I said, nodding. And Ida and Miss Ella and Gina. It's a deal. Ben laughed and then he kissed me, a kiss that promised that this was just the beginning and that forever would follow. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to read Avery's story in The Wedding Connection, The Wedding Whisperer series, Book 2. You have been listening to The Wedding Charm, The Wedding Whisperer series, Book 1, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2017 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.